We are live. Welcome to the RedBlue number 71. So this is near the end of this season, the penultimate episode. Next week is the season finale. So, how are you, DC?
Rough. Last couple of days definitely been rough.
Okay. I hope things will get better as I say a lot, and I truly believe that. How are you, Gray?
I'm doing great. Yeah. Just happy to be here after seeing, the greatest movie ever made. So, yeah, really good times. How could I be any better?
I think I will be freaking alone in the boat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh,
How are you, Cole?
Pretty good. And honestly, I can't tell if that's sarcasm or not because we did watch what's considered one of the greatest films. However, I can't tell if that was sarcasm with Scream 6, so we'll see.
Only time will tell.
So I suggest we start with the Marvels. I'm sure you have seen it, Gray. Did you?
Oh, actually, I forgot. It might be the Marvels too. Yeah.
That was actually, spoilers. That was the one I was talking about. The greatest film ever.
Oh, okay.
So happy to have
Well,
seen it.
well, it
I'm a better
is.
person for coming out of that movie. Good times.
Yeah, it makes you want to buy a cat, right?
Yes, many.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why they're better than dogs.
They are.
Oh, bro. This is a sin. Dogs are better. I hate cats.
No, cats are way better, right? Listen, if you die from a heart attack on the floor, all right, dogs will just leave you there to rot. They won't do anything with it. Cats, though, they're not wasteful, so they'll eat the body. See, they're good for the environment.
Yeah,
Wow.
but they hate me for no reason. So yeah, I agree with Cole.
That one dark. Really dark.
Yeah.
At least the dog will try to bark because he thinks that will help you.
Yeah, well, the cat will help you. It will rub its face
Oh.
against yours while you're dying.
Oh, wow. This went dark. So, just before we get right into it, I just wanted to add some complement of information about Preacher, even if we covered that like a month ago. I was thinking back about the show, and I really enjoyed the fact that this show was really a deconstruction of religion, faith, and belief. And this is hilarious because that was a well-made show about religion, and this week we got like Helstrom that is like a joke to religion. Anyway, just
Yeah, well,
saying.
I mean, religion could be a joke anyway, so.
Yep.
Yeah.
Especially the people in my area, but yeah.
So that's great parallels. A great show and a shit show. With that being said, the Marvels.
The
I was
marvelous
just
the marvelous movie of all time.
I was very curious of one thing. I haven't seen any of the anti-woke crowd videos because most of their things are to spark rage and to anger you and to give you that dopamine rush and stuff. So I haven't seen most of their stuff. I've only seen maybe one drinker video about the movie, and there's a narrative they push a lot that diversity is wrong and like girls don't need that much screen time and that kind of stuff. I know I ruined kind of the basis of what they are saying, but they are really aiding stuff because diversity and that kind of things. And I was actually curious because when I came into the Marvels, I did count the people that were in my cinema to see how many people would come. Um, and in my theater, that's like downtown. So if you're downtown, that's one of the most used theater. And we were 12 in the room, and I was surprised because a lot came in like right after the commercials and the advertisement and that kind of stuff. We were 12 in that theater for the movie.
Do you know
How
about the
many?
breakdown, like how many women versus men or anything like that?
Yeah, you read my mind. I will ask the panel, when you went to see the Marvels, Cole, how many people were inside the room?
Well, here there were only like 2 other people, but you know, it is a smaller theater here. You know, that not as many people go to. Like I would say, like the only time where tons of people went for a certain screening, and on like the day it was released was Evil Dead Rise, like films like The Whale and Mission Impossible and Avatar 2 and everything like that. Weren't really much people, honestly.
Okay, so welcome, Tiamat. So right now we are kind of talking around the Marvel, and we will start to speak about the Marvel shortly. How are you today, Tiamat?
I'm doing very well. Sorry if there's audio, and sorry for the delay. I had a.
Yeah, it sounds great.
I
man.
had a.
Like the best your audio has sounded.
You know what's more worse? I do not wish this on people. See, I live in an area that is. Sometimes when we have winters, sometimes we don't. Apparently, ants appeared underneath my desk, so I had to kill them.
Oh,
So
that sucks. Kind of hate
you have
Yeah.
to kill these scout parties before more of them come.
Yeah,
Yeah, superstition says you got to do that. I mean, you never know.
bugs.
Well, be thankful, like what you live in Canada, right? You don't have outdoor insects.
Yeah. But we have cold and we have freaking snow. I really hate snow.
Yeah,
Anyhow.
you don't have to deal with the ants. Like, this is the weird time, right? Where I live in north central Texas, right? It's not quite winter, so some animals come out to feed, and it's like, well, ants. I'm good otherwise.
Things happen. So I'm wondering, what are the topics you have seen for this week? Among the movies. We listed the movies. I'm wondering how many movies you have seen among the topics for. So basically, it's November 14th. We got Doctor Strangelove, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying.
I think I've seen all except, honestly, except for Killer and except for the Killer.
Oh, you have seen a lot.
Nice.
That's great. Okay, so that's amazing. I'm always asking people what they have seen, so we know exactly which are the topic will be the focus there.
I think it's maybe what is it, Scream 6? I haven't seen in those.
Oh, you should do yourself the favor.
That's actually like rock bottom entertainment.
You know what?
movie.
I checked out a Scream after what, a couple.
Anyhow, so Cole didn't add that many people in the theater for the Marvels. I will ask DC, did you have seen it in theater, or you have seen it from home?
I saw it from a website, so
Okay.
yeah.
From international waters.
Great.
I went to a theater. So there was like 6 people in my theater, and there was one lady in all of it. Yeah, I don't know. I thought this was supposed to be like for the women or whatever.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think the way that you were kind of framing it before, that like these anti-woke people just hate it because of diversity. I don't know if that's necessarily the thing, because they like a lot of like older properties like Aliens, Alien, like all the Terminator ones that do have like certain types of diversity, or like girl bosses. I think it's just kind of like the way that it's kind of put forth. It seems a little bit ham-fisted. So I don't know. That's just the one contention that I would take with kind of what you were saying before. I know that's kind of a weird tangent going back like 5 minutes or so.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Like, I have heard some a few criticisms of this movie. But I haven't heard anyone saying like I hate it just because women are in it, or because they chose to use like multiple races for these women. I mean, it's kind of what those characters are. So I don't know. I just haven't seen people attacking it for that particular diversity reason. It's kind of more just, I don't know. We can get into it when we get into it, but that isn't necessarily what I've been hearing coming from the anti-woke crowd. Not that I frequent their
So
places.
Maybe
but,
they learned something. Maybe they realize that it's stupid to just bash something like when you bring Alien, that kind of stuff. I think the biggest reason why they liked it, it's because the fan base and most normal people, they like it. So it's the same thing for like Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. Like I've back then I was watching some of their stuff sometimes, and I something came across as, oh yeah, we liked it because we know people liked it, and they didn't really believe, or if they did, they didn't sell it as well as other stuff they tend to hate. Um, but that's just one example among many. Anyway, um, let's go back to the Marvels that is supposed to be for women, as a lot of people think and say.
I don't think it is. I think it is meant to be a Marvel film.
Yeah.
So, out of curiosity, Tim, I think we asked everybody but you. Did you happen to see this one in theaters?
Yes, I did. It wasn't.
Did you happen to see the breakdown? Like, was it? Were you able to tell like how many females versus males were in the audience?
Kind of some, but I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah.
In my
it
theater,
was all males for me, but you know,
and
mostly males. It was mostly males. If you
yeah. Well, I mean, males usually are the ones like supporting this stuff. Like anyway, even if they try to like advertise this stuff to women, like I know, some friends of mine were talking about this on their streams the other day, where it's like they think that this is how to get like a lot of females' interest to go see like a blockbuster film like this, to have like leads, like females as all the leads and stuff. But it's like, no, that's not quite it. Honestly, like it's they want to see something else most of the time. Usually, not just like, oh, here's woman.
So,
which is kind of a shame because that's kind of what they're building towards.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh yeah, that post credit scene. Fuck. I mean, I don't care that it's like they're all female. I just care that like they're all D-listers, pretty much. That they're so lame.
I said we were 12 in my theater, but I didn't mention how many women there are among the 12 we were. There were 4 women, so this means like 1/3 of the group were women, and on top of that, like all 4 women, they all kind of came all together. So what if they didn't came all together? Maybe.
And so like no couples came to see this.
No couples.
Well,
actually, I don't want to say that.
Theater.
Maybe there were some
girls could have been together.
Okay,
the guys could have been together.
Couples. Yeah.
Yeah, only men outside of that group of 4.
Oh god.
Okay. So the thing about the Marvels, right, is the Marvels is a victim of several rewrites. It's kind of like if you think about the Blade film. That's
not just rewrites, though. There's like 3 different cuts of the film.
Because bear in mind, right, like Blade's rework, not a top topic if you think about it, like the idea that to remake Blade has been in the works so long. Like it's gone through several different rewrites. Would we relaunch the original? Because if anyone is familiar with Blade in the comics, he is part of Supernatural Marvel, not mainline Marvel. If you guys know the difference. So it's Supernatural Marvel has always suffered from weird plots are really bad. Has Dracula done this? What if Dracula tries to go after Wolverine? Stuff like that. Because it's very different than DC Dark. I mean, the only closest thing in semblance you have to anything is Swamp Thing. Because Swamp Thing represents the green. So you see, in the Marvels, it was originally supposed to be a sequel for Carol Danvers alone. Then they included 2 others, which unironically,
I think they just wrote that sequel and then like forgot to like ever do anything with it because there's a whole movie that's missing in this one.
I agree. That's the problem with it. It's that, bear in mind, she was supposed to be the Avenger going forward. At least or one of the Foundation Avengers, because remember, Tony Stark had died. Captain America had basically... Chris Evans wanted nothing more to do with the role. He also pieced out at the end. So...
Yeah, well, we were basically told that you needed to see Captain Marvel in order to understand Endgame. So I don't know. They had really banked on that. But
there were
kind of after the
cuts
reception, supposedly they cut Captain...
Okay,
I wanted to call
there
it
was
Captain
two
Planet.
cuts.
Supposedly they cut a roll down.
There
in
was
Endgame.
There were two cuts of Avengers. Like the two cuts of that film. One was with more Captain Marvel. One was less. Most people.
I'm glad we got the less.
Well, okay. I'm sure most. They took that based upon the market sales or what they could do move forward. Excuse the fact of the matter that she was paid the most of any female lead going into a role that had ever been. She had basically got...
She also got the most pushback, though.
She got the most...
I don't know.
It was, if you go back to that period, the idea they were just going to shoehorn in Captain Marvel, which would have been fine. They're using her because that Captain Marvel that you see in the comics is based on, pardon my French, Carl Manverse, as she is known in the comics, where she was part of it was part of a reboot, and you can look her up, where the person did her character. And since you see they use a lot of ultimates, very kind of man-hating, very much daddy issues, very interesting conflicted run, and pretty much par for the character. Sorry if I side tangent. So the idea that she did not make into the first Marvels, I mean, her role got lessened because even if
it was based off of the response to the movie,
even though it supposedly made $1 billion, it didn't sell well. Because I was looking up sales of it today because me and Gray were...
Well, most people felt ripped off because of the whole narrative that you had to see it to understand Endgame, where I would argue you didn't need to at all. Like, it just was... It seemed like it was trick marketing, so I think that also turned a bunch of people off to it.
Oh, what?
Where if it was just its own thing, I don't know if I would have disliked it as much.
Do I need to see Black Widow to understand Endgame? Please don't. Oh, well, yeah, right. That's right. That was released 8 years too late. Sorry. No, but the whole thing with the way Captain Marvel was done is, and then they did not have an idea on how they were going to reform the Avengers post Endgame, because all projects were mostly greenlit until whenever. Because remember, they're trying to find a place to launch another Avengers film, and it's really weird on who they're going to have to go with. You're going to have to either create a team.
Well, I think they teased it in this one on which team it's going to be.
They're going with No, that's a TV show.
Okay, it's the Avengers, man.
It's not the Avengers. They're going
Yeah, well, it's not the main Avengers, but
they're going with
whatever. I think they really should have just embraced more since the very beginning, Falcon being the leader, but keeping the Falcon name. But whatever.
Yeah.
Well, okay. No, Falcon as Captain America is not as bad as one may think. That run was not as...
Well, I'm not saying I hate it. Well, no, I like the run, and I like the suit, and I like that he has the shield. I'm not saying that, and I think he should lead it. I'm just saying they should have kept the Falcon name and just up that character's, like his reputation instead of just giving him the Captain America name, because, I mean, we're still just going to remember Steve Rogers the most and care about him the most.
They could have called him.
So
they could have called him Captain Falcon, because that arc...
Okay. Yeah, they could have done that, yeah.
Okay, so you look at this phase. This is something me and Gray will probably get into if they ever do in modern Marvels, what they're trying to do. So, like, think of it this way. Jane Foster's Thor came after a storyline where Thor, pardon the cliche, was found unworthy. Which bear in mind is a trope that happens more in comics than anyone gives credit. But female Thor, hammer goes to Jane Foster. Now, it was a weird run, but it wasn't the most hated run. Think of it, and then there's the other one they ran with. Instead of redoing Black Panther 2 without T'Challa, who at one point just became king, did not want to become Black Panther, Shuri took over. That run was not well liked by the fans, if this makes sense. They went with this, and I guess because they don't do Google searches, they don't think about this. See, Jane Foster as Thor has an ultimate redemption. She eventually becomes Valkyrie, where she has been since the end. Now, certain characters, right, you could see the stages in rewrites that they had an open source that they could go with. With Marvels, you could have easily done it. The problem is they have Kamala Khan, and you got Monica Rambeau, who you kind of was just knew of from WandaVision, who has light.
Well, she was teased at.
She has light-based powers, anyways. And if you want to get into the end credit scene, especially, I don't know if anyone wants to get to that, where they show.
I would probably will eventually.
Where they show Binary. There's two. They show they're going to form the Young Avengers.
So, Tiama, I'd like to say something right now. It's all interesting, but I think we will pause on the Marvel discussion right now because K-Dot hasn't seen it yet. So maybe we should move on to Invincible Season 2, Episode 2.
Nice.
And then we will go back to the Marvels. So,
just to clarify, I will be watching the Marvels soon, but
congrats.
But for free. Let me make that very, very clear. I'll be watching it free one way or another.
Why?
I have absolutely no interest to waste my
moral reasons
to the theaters, personally, and it's really. It's honestly not because of the reasons like most people, most people are going like, it's women and still blah, 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 blah. It's not even that. It's just that from a trailer standpoint, I wasn't engaged in none of the trailers. I already don't like the first movie. And usually if I don't like the first movie in a franchise, it's like, what can you really do to get me on the second? Because it's going to be more of the same of what was already there. Like when you got The Dark Knight, it is more of the same of Batman Begins, but just elevated to a higher level. But it's still like more of the same. And if I didn't like Batman Begins, so I'm probably not going to like The Dark Knight.
That's good points. But without giving away anything from the movie, I will say it's not the same. I hated the guts out of the first one. It's complete filler. Here, it's better. It's a better movie. It's not perfect, but it's a better movie. So, don't expect too much, but it's an improvement.
I'd say because this time, because in the first movie, they actually had two directors, and they actually had a lot of writers. I'm not sure if you guys seen it, but they had a bunch of writers for the first film. I think for this film, when they got just one director that was focused on it, and don't know how many writers, but they probably had a ton. But it's probably more focused in the first movie because first movie had like two directors that were like fresh,
oddly
doing movies and stuff. Honestly, and Nia DaCosta. I mean, I've seen some of her stuff. She's all right. She's not completely bad at what she does, so she's all right.
Yeah, supposedly it was the studio meddling that made it a lot less comprehensive.
Yeah, and I was hearing about that stuff too. I think she straight up said in an interview like, "This is Marvel's movie. This isn't really my movie." And it's like, I kind of understand that because these movies are kind of made by committee just so they can stick to a certain plan that they have going on.
Yeah.
So I will say this: if the plan is to move let's say the multiverse is the ultimate threat, which I can kind of see where they're going. So set the stage. They set the stage with Multiverse of Madness. Regardless of how well you think of that film, it sets the narrative that the multiverse is a problem. You should build around it. Kang Dynasty, I guess you could see makes sense. Kang appears in the Ant-Man film. Okay. One Kang appears. Then they show the Council of Kangs. See, that's good. This is good building, at least amongst, if you're trying to build it. Then they're building towards Kang. He'd already been in the Loki TV show. Then you got the Kang Dynasty. Then you got Secret Wars, which is going to be the final one. Now, I'm assuming they're going to go with 2015 Secret Wars. Now, getting there properly is going to be the hard part for them. If they want to use Doctor Doom, they need a foundation of Fantastic Four.
I think that's a little in depth, man. I don't know if
it's in depth, but it depends on how they're writing it. Because
I just don't have much faith that they'll do it based on the comics. So I'm not sure exactly like how hard that's.
And you have to understand, like the Dark. I have to ask him about the Batman Begins. I liked Batman Begins. You got to look at every foundation of Batman. It's subtly different because they only remake. They remake them about every 7 or 8 years, so Warner Brothers never loses the rights. So you have to understand, the idea of Nolan's Batmans, they didn't turn me off. I think the only thing that bothered me was how they treated Ra's al Ghul, which I'm just like, okay, that's a more humanistic. But this universe isn't something where you have all these villains that are, it's a grounded universe.
Yeah, well, I mean, like each cinematic universe is completely different. Like they kind of decided not to go that way with Marvel. They're just doing like one weird
went
enemy
in
at a time.
explicitly with that trilogy and said to Warner Brothers, "You're not going to get any Batman out of me for a Justice League." So they had to invent another Batman for the Justice League film.
Yeah, well, I think if they wanted to do what you're talking about, like sticking with the comics, I think they would have to completely reinvent everything. They just haven't gone that route with it.
But the Justice League.
But I think we were actually changing that topic to Invincible.
Yeah.
Episode 2, right?
Yeah. I just wanted to make a thing too. And that's the thing too. If you did not like the Batman Begins, The Dark Knight is considered really well, even if you did not see Batman Begins. I just want to make that. And
yeah, I mean, they all could be good films, even if they just have like elements of it. But they went with a weird choice. A lot of the elements that they chose.
And see, you're going to have to take it into account as well. They used, before we move on to Invincible, this one is clear too. It's like, if you're ever interested about it, look at the Batman, how the Batman was received. It's a very weird film. There's a lot of foundations in it. But how will they move forward with the sequel? The sequel has been in the works. And it's going to come out next year. They have a lot of seeds for different storylines. But they got to fill that in. So that's if you ever get into that discussion on the Batman 2. Because they have 3 major storylines set up. You have the Long Halloween. You have No Man's Land is also set up. You also have Hush set up.
I don't know, man. I'm sure we will get into it when we get to the Batman 2, but we generally don't go like predictions and like what the comic books are doing. I don't know, because generally they don't stick with it, to be honest. Like every time I've come up with a prediction of what they're going to do with the comic book movie, they simplify it, and I'm wrong. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Perfect. So Invincible Season 2, Episode 2, but just before we dive deep into it, we did talk in the past about Gen V. We will just get K. Dot, final thoughts on Gen V as
Oh yeah,
a
I
first
would be
season,
interested to hear your thoughts.
because we kind of missed the opportunity because things happens. So what did you think of Gen V overall as one season, K. Dot?
As a season, it was fine. Um, I at first, before I even saw the show, I was like, I don't think I want to get into this. This teenage college or this college, boys spinoff and stuff. And saw the first 3 episodes. Like, yeah, I'm in. Overall, season was fine though. I don't know. They ended in a way where they are going to do a season 2, which is going to come out after season 4, obviously. But it's kind of like, I wish it was something a little bit more fulfilling. But I understand they're going to continue the story. They're doing the second season. This isn't the only season that we're going to get, and it's more than likely second season's going to segue right into season 5 or whatever season they end the boys on. One thing I wish was a little bit different was what they did with Golden Boy's brother. I forgot his name.
I don't know any
Sam?
of the names of any of the characters.
Sam. Yeah, it's Sam. His name is Sam. I kind of don't like what he decided to do in the final episode. It does make sense, but I kind of wish he was like on the people side that we're supposed to side with, because I kind of wanted to see him versus Homelander for a bit and see what happens. But hey, he's the hero of Godolkin now. But crazy finale.
Some hesitation. Then Kate kind of took that away from him. So I don't know, but I agree with you. But there was a bit of hesitation at first.
Yeah, it was. I'm not going to take that away. Like I say, his mind was in the Golden Boy's previous girlfriend, and his girlfriend, before she moved on to the new guy, actually did manipulate his mind anyways, just so she can get him to follow suit just to get him to follow suit. But I don't know. I think for me, I maybe a little bit more Homelander in the finale. What we got was like insane enough. It was like, dang, you thought he was going to come in here and do something. I did not think he was going to do what he was going to do, but it was fine. I kind of wanted to see him come and slaughter a bunch of people. Just saying, slaughter more people. You didn't let him slaughter enough.
Well, the more I think about Gen V first season, the more I feel like this season was only a building block. It doesn't feel like an entire story. It's just a building block to like link season 3 and 4 of The Boys and to set up season 2 of Gen V. But yeah, that's all I feel. I'm glad the show is over. Let's move on to Invincible now. What would be your grade out of 10 for Gen V first season? K. Dot. K. Dot. Yeah, what would be your grade out of 10 for the entire season?
This being an 8 or 9. I'll give it a 9 because I really did not have that much issue with this show in general. So I'll give it a 9 out of 10. It was pretty good.
Where would you scale that in comparison of like The Boys, all 3 seasons, like season 1, season 2, and season 3? Where would you place Gen V?
If I had to place it somewhere, I do got it over Boys season 1, but not over 2 and 3.
Oh, really? That's interesting. So you think 2 and 3 were better than 1? Oh, that's special.
I like 3 a little bit more better than 1, but if I had to go in order, exactly 3, 2, Gen V, then 1. Season 1 isn't bad, but after watching season 2 and 3, it's like, dang, it's better seasons.
That's surprising. I like having other perspective. I truly hated season 2 and 3. I think Cole.
There's not a chance you might even like season 4.
I hope I will like season 4. Season 1 is a masterpiece. I think it's one of the best season of a show. And we cover lots of shows So yeah, that's surprising. Anyway, Invincible season 2, episode 2. What did you think of that? K Dot.
Invincible. So as far as how the season started, I like how this episode, well, obviously first episode started. We only got 2 episodes so far. That twist kind of threw me off because when I did my trailer reaction, I theorized like, obviously they're doing some multiverse type of stuff. And when I saw Mark fighting Immortum, whatever his name is, I figured that was okay. Maybe this is him training because we know Immortum was going to be in season 2, right? Coming back, and I figured okay, maybe he's just training. And then when I saw him, I think it was Omni Man or him, one of them put their fist through his chest, and I was like, oh wow, what's going on? And then I thought, is this a future of what's going to happen? Like, no, it's entirely different universe. So I like how it started off. It threw me off completely. Like everything I theorized it could have been, it totally went left from what I thought. But great intro.
Okay. And what about episode 2? What did you think of episode 2 so far?
Episode 2, I kind of wish they stayed a little bit more in this high school arc for Mark a little bit. It's kind of stretched out a little bit more. They kind of got over with it pretty quickly, but that's typical with this type of stuff because they are going to like the creator brand plans to drag this on for like he wants to drag into like at least season 8. So I think you could have stayed in this a little bit longer. But I do like seeing Mark finally step into this new role of being a hero for hire in a sense under Cecil, and he's allowing Cecil to manage him and stuff. But so far, I also do like that Cecil isn't completely governing him. Like he's not putting any restrictions on him. He's not putting any type of devices in his body to control him as of yet. So we don't know what Cecil's going to do yet. He might do some snake stuff later. Who knows? But I like the way Mark and Cecil are going about handling their relationship. Amber, I mean, she's slightly warming up to me. She's, even though I still have issues with her, she's slightly warming up to me. Adam Eve and her little situation going on with her family and stuff. It's different because I will say this: it's nice to see heroes do other stuff besides just punch people. Like when we saw her going around fixing the buildings and stuff and doing that little stuff, it didn't work out. In the end, because the thing she built on was not meant to be built on because stuff was synced. I do like seeing other heroes do things besides just have to punch things who solve problems because there's everything you can't solve by punching it. So I did like seeing that. And I don't know. I hopefully we see in the next couple episodes. I kind of want to see them flash the Omni-Man and show us what he's doing. Right? Not saying they need to give us like full episodes, but show us like glimpses of what Omni-Man is doing, what he got going on. They're obviously hiding him for some grand reveal. He might not even show up in this season again. Who knows? He might show up in season 3. I wish they would.
Yeah, I hope he shows up in season 3.
Same here. I don't want him in season 2.
I mean, they've already shown like other dimensional Omni-Men, so I'm sure you're going to see at least a Omni-Man this season, but I don't know.
Yeah, like for me, he doesn't need to like show up and fight Mark or something, but I would be cool to see like we just get a peek in on what Omni-Man is doing. Like if he's on another planet, messing with people, or on another planet actually trying to infiltrate it and live in it, and still thinking about Mark and everything. But if they're saving it for season 3, fine by me. But so far, everything is pretty good with this season.
What could be interesting is like having a Omni-Man that is actually good and that wants to help out. That could be interesting, like in one of these multiverse or whatever. Just saying. So, anything else you'd like to add about the second episode before I pass on the mic to someone else?
Let me think, because I do like that they are revisiting these moments with the Guardians of the Globe. So far, they revisited Darkwing. His apprentice is taking over. They They explored bootleg Aquaman yet again, and his little problems. And who else did they deal with? Oh yeah, the wife of that bootleg Flash guy. She came and visited Mark's mom. So I like that they didn't forget about the Guardians of the Globe. They did. It's not like they moved on completely from the tragedies that Omni-Man caused in the first season, which some shows tend to do. They'll set up something and drop it so quickly. I like that they're still following up on the stuff that they established in season 1 when it ended.
And finally, what would be like issues you may have so far, if you have any?
I mean, if I had to season 1 started out just like I'd say season 2, episode 1 started. No, wait a minute. Did the Guardians of the Globe get executed in the first episode of season 1, or was it 2?
That was, I think, in the first one. I'm pretty sure that was episode 1.
Yeah. Okay. So
like
they're
by the very end, because season 2 was like piecing up together why it happened. I think.
Yeah, they're about even. I think with episode 2, just how episode 2 has you engaged on like what's going on. Why did Omni-Man do this? There's this whole mystery around it, which keeps you really in. I like episode 2 of season 2, but it's a very different season because that mystery is gone. So you're not really anticipating and trying to figure out what's going on. Why did he do this? Episode 2 so far compared to episode 2 of season 1 is like, yeah, But like I said, we got to give it more time. It's very different from season 1. It's not much of a mystery. It's Mark trying to discover his own lane of being a superhero on his own without his dad, and also trying to figure out if he will become his dad in a sense, right?
And it's also about trying to earn the trust of Siegel and that department there.
Right.
Will he be able to earn that trust despite his father legacy at some extent? That's something I really like.
For me, I understand where Cecil and them are coming from, but I just find it weird that everyone, so even in Mortem, majority of people working under Cecil and stuff are like, they really think Mark is going to end up like his dad, because he got his powers pretty late and he didn't know his dad was Wait, did he know his dad was Omni-Man before he had his powers in season 1?
Yeah, that was stated.
Yes, you can see it in the intro.
Yeah. And see, mind you, like Mark only knew so much for like so many years. He didn't even he knew his dad was superhero. He didn't get his powers until like when season 1 happened. And I think episode 2. He didn't get his powers really until then. So it's kind of weird that Cecil is assuming that Mark is going to end up just like his dad. I don't think he will, but I can see why Mark thinks it, because they're showing the same temperament that's happening. But still, it's because he's stressed out. His dad literally used him as a punching bag to kill a bunch of people. So he's a little bit over it. He's a little bit on the edge and stuff.
And to add a bit more, like from their angle, like in season 1, Mark, just like his father, wasn't really willing to work for them. He was just doing his own thing.
Yeah, he wanted to do his own thing, which is understandable.
That may be like the seeds of why Siegel and the others are like, oh, he's just like his father. He doesn't want really to work with us. And based on season 2 now, Mark is trying his best to work for Siegel and the others, because he wants to show that he's different. And right. I think it's very interesting. He learned from his father's mistakes. I like that a lot. So, do you have anything else you'd like to add more?
No, I think I said everything.
Okay. What did you think of Invincible Season 2, Episode 2, Gray?
Yeah. So I got to be honest, I just finished this a couple minutes before the stream started, so some of it's still kind of sinking in. To me, it was just kind of like a filler type episode, I guess. I don't know. It's showing like a lot of people's emotional states. I forget the dude's name in the actual like team, but his jealousy over the immortal and what's her name, the duplicate person. The mother's like emotional state after all of that, like her, not being happy at work, getting sent home, and then taking it out in the cabinet. I don't know. I just don't feel like a lot necessarily happened. As K-Dot pointed out, like they did kind of, shout out all the characters that were killed in the first season. And I think the one that wasn't mentioned as well was I forget the Martian dude's name, but it had like an in memoriam thing to him too. So I don't know. All that was kind of good. It was just, I don't know. I guess I was hoping for more. The opening episode was, like really spectacular. Like it did have that fake out opening, and then it was pretty action packed throughout the whole part. So I guess I was just expecting to be drawn in a little bit more, but I don't know. It just seemed like a kind of a subdued, laid back episode. So I don't know. To me, it was less exciting, but still, I'm enjoying the show and want to see where it's going to go. So, yeah.
What about you, Cole? What did you think of season 2, episode 2?
Oh, sorry, me.
Yep. What
Yeah,
did
my
you think
bad.
of Invincible season 2, episode 2?
Yeah, I enjoyed it a lot. I didn't like it as much as episode 1, and I guess you could say there's like filler and stuff, but I think it's touches and goes into a lot of important stuff, and for the later episodes, again, I don't think there's ever been like an Invincible episode yet that I didn't love. Just kind of love this show so far. There's some like minor nitpicks in some of them here and there, but that's probably about it. Once again, I enjoyed like a lot of the characters, like emotional states, and dealing with things that they went through in this episode, and some of the twists and turns with other things, and and the new storyline that they're also going with now with that one character, I guess, the alien character. And yeah, I also like the post credit scene at the end with like what they're teasing with that character for later on in its plan. Really enjoyed that too. And yeah, don't have too much more to say, but yeah, really enjoyed this.
Okay. Now I will sound crazy because I thought that episode was wonderful. That's probably one of my favorite episodes we got so far. And the entire show, I can't remember exactly how many 10 out of 10 I gave in the past, but if I didn't, then it's my favorite episode so far. I can see why some people were like, oh, it's filler. I didn't see it really as filler because that's another building block. Like, this episode shows us, viewer, and that Mark tried his best to earn the department trust and Siegel trust and that kind of stuff. And I think that was important. And the other important thing is now we kind of see that Mark's life is kind of put on hold by all of his duties as a superhero, and that's very interesting because that superhero aspect will be probably the focus of Mark this season, and I like that. Um, the fact that they kind of place behind them the school drama and that kind of stuff, I'm also glad. Um, Usually, like the school stuff is the subplot I don't care much about in most of the show that do have it. So getting rid of that, hell yeah, I like it. I don't need that kind of stuff. Um, when it comes to like um Amber, is that the name of Mark's girlfriend? I can't remember their names. Is that her name, Amber?
Yes, that heathen. Her name is Amber.
I don't really care about that character, to be honest. She is a love interest, and I feel like that's her only purpose. I don't think they will have any idea to give her any sorts of character arc because they're like, oh, she's just accessory. She's just there because there. um, and that's a bit sad when your characters are reduced to that. Now maybe they will introduce a character arc later on this season, but so far it's nothing impressive for me, but I didn't hold it against the episode. I'm just like, yeah, I just hope they will do something with her. That's what I'm hoping for. And eventually, if she still show up all the time and they do nothing with her, I will actually hold it against the show, because I'm like, your character's just chilling there and there's no growth, there's no story with that character. It's just a character that chills there. So right now, it's not an issue. Maybe it will become one. Um, the mother anger issues and the fact that she's still dealing with what Omni-Man left behind is endearing. It's very relatable. Um, and yeah, um, it's also cool to see Adam Eve trying to do good around her without kicking creature butts and people butts. Um, it's very interesting that she tried to be a hero her own way, outside of just like being that vigilante. Or yeah, it's just very interesting. And the fact that her trying her best creating a park resulted into like catastrophe was enjoyable. I'm like, bruh, sometimes like you want to do good and you just end up screwing thing over and making it worse. That's very relatable. um so yeah, I don't have much more to say. Episode 2 is amazing. I liked it much more than episode 1, and probably it's on par with the best episodes we had in season 1 for me.
I just wanted to say, if I called it filler, that wasn't what I meant. It was more that everything is set up. Like, there wasn't a lot of payoff in this episode. I think it's setting up character stuff. So I don't know. Just like when I think back to like season 1, I'm thinking of like certain events. I just think if I look back at this episode, I'm not going to remember like this event happened, or it just feels like it's set up for what's going to come. Is all I meant by that. Not like it shouldn't be. Like, I do believe this is progressing the plot. I just didn't get the payoff on that. So sorry if that came off a little bit different than I intended.
Well, that's fine. That's a good clarification there. So Tiama, I'm wondering, have you seen Invincible season 2 episode 2?
I've actually watched the series. I enjoy it like I enjoy The Boys. I'm also familiar with the original work, so yeah, to say the least, it's kind of like the plot. It's a little slow in the beginning. I think the series and the season, but sorry. So the idea is, will the creator? I question myself if the creator is going to alter the way he told the story, or if they're going to alter it. But it's rather interesting on how it has occurred, if that makes sense. Because, like, think of the magic of The Boys. I will say this: The Boys is a better TV show than the comic in some aspects. Invincible is proving that way as well. But you need to have a payoff. If that's the way I could say it. So
That's very interesting. I like your approach a lot. So what did you think of the first season overall?
It wasn't bad. I mean, I know they character swapped one character. You mentioned the girlfriend. I don't want to spoil it if you don't know. Depends how close they stay to the comic itself. Because Invincible has a theme to it. The first volume of Invincible was not well thought of. It was very iffy, if you were around for it. But it's rather interesting, the events. I have to look at it as, I was just like, I'm impressed how they did some of it, but not impressed by it, if that makes sense. But I'm not saying it's a bad show. It all is about how they're going to come to adapt it. I know if it sounds weird that way. Because, like, in The Boys, they changed certain stuff to make it probably better. Like changing Stormfront, right? Like you said you didn't like the later seasons. Stormfront was originally a Nazi Übermensch. in every aspect. Did you not know that? You didn't know that, right?
No.
I think the Stormfront change was a very
Stormfront was originally
interesting change. I'd say that much.
the Stormfront, like it's all how they handle the changes in terms of the story. Is there a payoff, or does it make it better?
Yep.
Parts of the original boys that they have altered. Now the question is they're going to change the payoff? Because you didn't say anything about the end of Gen V. The end of Gen V, if it pays into the probable end, that's what I say about that. Because if you're familiar with the comics, you know where it was going.
Yep.
And bear in mind, that's why the way I look at it, Invincible, it's received very well. They're doing some alterations. But it depends on how long it takes the writer to get through the arcs, or he condenses it down, changes the story, or changes the events to make it conceivable. Something like, I'll say this last thing I'll say on this. You got to take these series and the approaches like, how would you adapt One Piece? It's 1,100 chapters. Do you...
They got 8 seasons.
What, 8 seasons? Maybe?
It's not enough, bro.
Maybe not. It's like I don't know. I really don't know, because that's like the miracle of One Piece. One Piece is not hated as an adaptation. He knows he's going to have to take arcs, combine characters potentially, or only cover certain events. And that's what I'm waiting to see in Invincible. What they cover and what they don't cover. And remember, there's also the time allotted. Netflix might give him 8 seasons. They might give him only 6. But that's what I say on that. A lot of these series, you never know.
So, I think it's the right moment to give away a score for Season 2, Episode 2 of Invincible. What would be your grade out of 10, Tiamat?
I put it probably a 5. I put probably about a 7 out of 10-ish.
Okay. What about you, Cole? Cole? Gray?
Yeah, I think I'd probably go a little under Tiamat. For me, it was just like all set up. I wanted a little bit more payoff, so maybe I'd go like 6.5. It's still good, but yeah, I guess I was just hoping for a little bit more from the power of that first episode. But it's all subjective, so 6.5.
Perfect. And what about you, Cole, if you're back? Are you back, Cole? You are on mute if you speak, Cole. I guess something came up. K-Dot, what would be your grade out of 10 for Season 2, Episode 2 of Invincible?
I'd give it a 8 out of 10.
Very interesting.
Wish there was something to really just boom. Didn't have that boom, it didn't have that kick I needed. But not a bad episode at all. Have that kick.
So, Cole, are you back? I guess not.
Sorry, what?
Okay, he's back. So, what would be your grade out of 10, Season 2, Episode 2 of Invincible?
Probably it'd either be like a 9.5 or a 10. Around that.
Okay, I do not sound crazy anymore. I actually spoiled it already, but I gave a 10 to this. I had no issue whatsoever. I'm excited about the rest of the season. I still hope Amber gets material, because eventually I will be like, what's the point of Amber in the show? Like, if you're just a love interest, I don't give a crap about you. Yeah, that's how I view characters like that. It's like Iris in The Flash, like she turned into a joke. Anyhow, I'm wondering, K-Dot, have you seen any of the other topics outside of Invincible Season 2, Episode 2? K-Dot? You are on mute if you speak. Are you there, K-Dot? Maybe something happened.
Yeah,
Something came up.
Yeah, something came up, but yeah.
So yeah. Once he's back, he will let us know. Let us know when you're back. So I guess we go back to the Marvels. Except if he replies shortly. So yeah, okay. The Marvels. So we talked about stuff around the movie without really talking about the movie so far. So who wants to go first to talk about the Marvels?
I'll go because I have the least amount to say. But yeah. Overall, I didn't like this movie that much. The reason why I didn't like it is because, like, going into it, I wasn't looking forward to it because it's a Marvel movie. For me, the MCU is completely dead. And not even a cameo of Batman would save the MCU. That's how dead the MCU is for me. But yeah. So watching the Marvels, wasn't hyped, wasn't excited, and yeah, was I surprised that I didn't like it? No. But yeah. Overall, I think the tone structure doesn't work at all. Like the fact that it automatically begin when it starts when you have with when it starts having the first Camilla scene and it's already like optimistic and fun. It immediately threw me off because I knew it's gonna have the same typical MCU tone. Like at first it would start off fun, a little serious here and there, but then it'll turn back to strip comedy. But yeah. Um Automatically threw me off. But yeah. The only half decent things from the things I was able to watch was just the moon scene, but that's literally about it. That's like the only thing I enjoyed. Apart from that, everything else, no. And pretty much everything I'll say. But yeah, I'll pass it down to someone else if they want to.
Okay. What did you think of the Marvels, Tiamat D-Lord?
I didn't. As a film, I thought it was entertaining. I didn't think it was as. I should preference this. I didn't like the first one. Thought it was very mid. This one, I kind of took a tone down. So if I look at it as an entertaining movie, it does have obvious holes because you have to separate what are the comics from the actual film on this one, because the source material that they're going with. Because if you walk in there knowing that, you're going to probably be like, hate yourself or hate the film automatically. Like, they're very accurate in the beginning with what happened. When you try to do what they did with the villain, because the premise is she's a female Thanos. Now, you can say that Kamala Khan has certain powers yet to be defined. Is she a djinn? Is she just stretching? By the way, I mean she's a djinn because in one of her origins, there's these beings. I may butcher this without being on the fly because it's been a while since I've seen her exact origins. She descends in her bloodline of a human mixed with like a djinn race. So her powers come from that initially, despite her being an inhuman. Then they made her a mutant. So they didn't throw in the fact she was a mutant at the end, but I feel like the film was a little bit just strange because they change, is it the negabands or is it the quantum bands? But I feel the film tried to set up something. It's trying to set up the future films. But I didn't think it was that bad. I thought it was an entertaining film, but I didn't hate it, nor was I wowed by it. I mean, that's the best way I can say it. Because some stuff is just writing is deadpan to me, because I'm just like, eh. So I'd say it's still a mid-film. But if you take it as a movie, as some of the entertaining, some of the... that, it's probably like, what, a 6 out of 10 for me, maybe. But it is an entertaining film. And in the post-credit scenes, like at the end, I don't know if you want to like say at the like the post-credit scene, they set it up something weird that I understand. It sets up for Deadpool 3. Binary. So, little fun fact about Binary. Binary is what Carol Danvers would be without the Captain Marvel powers. She inherits a power of a star. And the fact Monica Rambeau goes to the Fox universe, see, that's the payoff to Deadpool 3. The setting up the Young Avengers is rather questionable, but I feel that's a TV series. But that's what I'll say on that. That has to have its own payoff. You have to, I think the only character, you have 2 of the established characters for Young Avengers, but we'll see if they can pull off the rest.
Fair enough. I kind of think I rated it a little bit worse than you. So I thought the writing was just really bad, and that could be because they had to go through 3 different cuts of this film. I guess the original one was over 2 hours. The studio made them cut it down, so they went to like an hour and 40-something minutes, and that was too long, so they got it cut down to 88 minutes in the final. And there's a ton that's just missing. Like, I'm just left with a ton of questions, and maybe that's because I'm not a comic reader, but I don't know how closely they stuck with the comics. So like the main villain is like a female Ronin, I guess. I forget her name. But like they set up the whole thing with Ronin's hammer. Like the way that it gets that purple power is through the one Infinity Stone. Like I don't know. Like I don't get it. So how is this thing powered when the stones are gone now? I don't know. Why did touching the space anomalies somehow make them swap? And what is up with space-time being weird hexagonal things? But yeah, like it doesn't make sense to me that these 2 that have light powers, but then there's also Miss Marvel who also has light powers, so somehow the 3 of them need to now swap. I don't know. Like it's just I have no idea why it's Miss Marvel, and then there's no real consistency to the rules of the swapping. They say it's when they use the powers at the same time, but they do that like at least 10 other times, like 10 plus times in the movie, and don't swap. So I don't know. Like that mechanic seems really, I don't know, inconsistent. And then yeah, like I just don't know why Captain Marvel has to destroy Miss Marvel's house. Like I don't know. She's got superpowers and stuff. It seems like she doesn't have to like throw them through every bit of their furniture and through the roof, but okay. And then I have no idea what the bangles do. Like, why did she need them? Was the female Ronin, if she had both, is that enough power to reset the sun? Like, it seemed like she was just opening up another wormhole with the bracelets, and apparently that was too powerful, and it, didn't end up well for her. But if she had them, then doesn't she have enough power to restart the sun or something? So shouldn't she have been doing that rather than just creating a new wormhole? Like, I don't know. Everything's inconsistent. And then the bangles, like, it's not like Miss Marvel needed them to actually do her superpowers or anything, because at the end she does that giant fist and grabs everyone and saves them along with the bangles. So why the hell did she bring them if they know that the bad guy needs them? Like, I don't, none of this makes sense. I don't know the character arc for any of these characters. Like, it seems like they might have had one. It seems like they were setting up, like, you can't save everyone for Miss Marvel. It seemed like they were trying to set up some sort of redemption for Captain Marvel. And then Rambo's, I don't even understand. Like, it's just interesting. I think a lot of this got cut in the edits, but I don't know. It's just, it's so weird. Like the Singing Planet, for instance, It showed them, and they were stealing the water from the world, and then just never mentions them again. Are they all dead? Like, I have no clue. Like, that's apparently Captain Marvel's, like, symbolic husband, but I don't know. And then it's essentially like the plot from Spaceballs. Like, they're stealing, like, the air from, like, a certain planet and, like, the water from another and the sun from I don't know. It seems really weird. Then the cats, like, I don't know. It's just the weirdest Deus ex machina that I've, like, ever seen. Like, okay, so we didn't know that this one cat was gonna be here. We didn't know that it was gonna be pregnant. We didn't know it was gonna have exactly, like, I think it's 15 babies or something like that. And then the babies, like, they magically know to regurgitate and not, like, actually eat anyone. I don't know. It's very strange to me. I'm not exactly certain about this. And also, like, I don't know. They're babies. Like, would they eat solid food right away? It's interesting. And then why did Rambo have to, like, close the portal from the other side? Like, I don't know. There's just so many plot holes. And it all comes to yeah, it all comes to, like, Captain Marvel being able to do this all along. So she put herself in exile and was, like, pouting for, like, I can't remember how many years, all from something that she could do, but somebody else had to go, like, hey, have you ever tried just restarting their son? Like, I don't know. Like, to me, it's such a pointless movie. And the worst part is there was a movie in between that, like, we should have gotten. We should have gotten that movie of her becoming the Destroyer, her becoming the Annihilator, I think is what they called her. I can't remember. That would be interesting. But instead, like, that's all this tell, don't show thing. Like, I don't know. Just everything about this movie, I didn't enjoy. And it's not because, like, I think it's woke or anything. Like, I just think it's poorly executed. I'm not sure if that's because of the editing down. They had to get it to 88 minutes. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt, but I don't know. Just everything about it seems like weird plot holes. I'm not sure if the extra time would fix those or if they'd still just be plot holes. But I don't know. I didn't enjoy this movie that much. Yeah, that's about all I have to say.
Okay, before we keep talking about the Marvels, I will ask Cole and K-Dot, what would be your grade, starting with Cole, what would be your grade for Invincible Season 2, Episode 2, Cole?
Wait, I thought I already said it.
Oh, maybe I just forgot. I have back.
Yeah, it was a 9.5 to 10, but yeah, K-Dot hasn't.
I already gave mine too. I said 8.
8?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So since we have K-Dot back right now, is there anything you have seen on the list for today outside of Invincible, K-Dot?
Let me see. Actually, wait, did you put it in the Discord?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can read it off. It's Scream 6, The Marvels, The Killer, Halloween H2O, Doctor Strangelove, and for the shows, Helstrom, Season 1, Runaways, Season 3, Black Mirror, unless Multi didn't see it, and Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Season 3.
No, a lot of these I still need to see. Some of these I barely... Wait, is Halloween Resurrection... No, it's not H2O. I'm thinking about...
That's the next one.
Busta Rhymes. I think about the one with Busta Rhymes in it.
Yeah, Resurrection's the Busta Rhymes one.
Are you kidding me? Busta Rhymes in it.
Hey, you thought LL Cool J was good,
but
now you get Busta Rhymes in the next one. This is the one with LL Cool J as the poet / erotica author.
What is going on? Are they getting that desperate? So they're like, let's bring rappers on.
I did try to, well, I'll say this, for the Runaways, I've seen some of it, but I mainly just read the books. I haven't really seen most of the show.
Good decision. The show sucks.
The show is trash.
I did read the books. The books are okay. They're not
bad. So yeah, thank you a lot. We may spoil you about the Marvels, so you're free to go if you want. What do you have going on your channel?
Honestly, nothing. I've been kind of taking a break. I'll be getting back into things next week. This weekend I am going to be finally jumping into Final Fantasy 16, so I might stream that. Not the online one, but I think there's the one for PS5. So I'll finally be getting into that this weekend. Might just stream it.
Okay, that's very good news. That's nice. So anyway, thank you very much for joining us for Invincible this week. Have a good day. Take care, and we will talk later.
Peace.
So, Cole, what did you think of the Marvels?
Yeah, first thing I will say though is I do think the director is obviously getting some undeserved hate, and by a lot of clowns who don't know what they're talking about. Like, there are people even trying to say like, oh, they let somebody this is only their second film directed. It's like, this is their third, you dumbass. All right, and the other two got really good ratings and made a lot of money, so shut up. And also, you didn't say this stuff before. Like, almost every director they hired prior to this only did a couple films, or even like nothing, basically, like the Russo brothers. So yeah, I know. So yeah, they got like no creative control here. So yeah, but anyway, as for the film though, yeah, this was pretty terrible. A lot of people are like, yes, I mean, they try. I heard a lot of people and on streams, and people I talked to try saying like, it wasn't good, it wasn't bad, it's in between. Like, it doesn't deserve all this hate compared to other MCU films in the universe that were also bad, but it also isn't like as good as the cheerleaders are trying to say. I kind of agree with that, but with some error. I mean, it isn't any worse than films like Quantumania and such. However, those films were terrible, and this is too. Like, they're not in between. Like, it's okay. No, it's terrible. It's not okay. They're terrible. All right. It's just maybe you're a comic book fan, so you give them more leeway. But I just care about the films. I don't care about the adaptation, and the films itself are so poorly made to me. There are mainly two positives I'll give this film. I liked the actress who played Ms. Marvel in this, and even though she didn't really get much freedom for this film, I guess from what I heard, the camera work with like some of the shots and stuff and scenes filmed were good, because that's what her strengths are in her other films, that she did, like the new Candyman and such. It's like the actors and script writing isn't the best, but her camera work is pretty good. But yeah, the rest of it I thought was just terrible. Obviously with the reshoots or rewrites and everything, it's not even like a coherent. Not like people say it's not a coherent film or story or anything. I wouldn't even go that far. It's like barely functional. It's just a bunch of scenes and that's it, with nothing to them. All right, and they tried to make Captain Marvel likable. It didn't work. It just came off as a pathetic attempt, a desperate attempt, and it doesn't work for me because I just don't like the actress in the role. I think it's a terrible fit, and I don't like the actress much in general. I don't understand how she won that Oscar for Room, and really the only thing I liked her in was Scott Pilgrim and Short Term 12, and the rest has just been cheesy performances from her. There was really not much of a point even for I forgot what her name was for some reason. The third one, what's her name, Gray? For some reason I forgot.
Sorry, like Monica Rambeau or
I don't see much of a point for her to be in this film with like what they did. I mean,
well, the jump rope scene.
Jesus Christ. It's like I would rather if they just give Miss Marvel and Monica Rambeau their own films and call this Captain Marvel 2, but whatever. The script writing was just terrible. The stories and scenes and villains and everything were just terrible. I hate the cinematography and everything. I hate the action scenes. There's just a lot of plot holes, as per usual with the MCU. And yeah, I just thought this was boring and dumb and unenjoyable. And I'm glad though that when I went to go see this in theaters, what I did was I bought a ticket for another ticket for Killers of the Flower Moon, and then just snuck into Miss Marvel. I mean, sorry, not Miss Marvel, the Marvels. But I basically call it Miss Marvel because that's the only thing I like about it. So it's basically the Miss Marvel movie, but. Yeah, and I don't understand why they call it the Marvels. This is just Captain Marvel 2, but whatever.
It's the implication that all three are Marvels.
Yeah,
whatever.
This
like they didn't even pay off that long thing about like giving Monica Rambeau a Marvel's name. Like, I don't know, didn't they go through that with I swear like it was the catchphrase thing and like the Black Ad. I don't know. It felt like it was like the same exact thing, but
It's been cut, bro. It's been cut. They needed an hour and 45 apparently.
Apparently.
The problem with some of it is okay. So a little history on Monica Rambeau is that her powers are light based initially. She can create all spectrums of light, even down to radioactive, like or gamma radiation. She basically takes over, like following. So what was it? Following the last Marvel's film, the Miss Marvel film. Remember, Miss Marvel was so successful. Her comics sold for four comics before they gave her the end book. She took over as Captain Marvel after Carol Danvers died. So someone apparently Googled that and go, we need to include her. Now, if her only plot device is to go into the Deadpool 3 movie as to set up Binary, which was her mother. Her mother is apparently binary. She has never been born. She just appears in the basement. Now, that's going to be the clear, because if anyone didn't know that, that's the Fox X-Men.
Yeah, it just appeared in Harvey Weinstein's basement, okay?
Well, to be
the
fair,
CGI
though,
is so bad too.
to
Like
be
apparently, it was a
fair-
very, very late reshoot or edition.
Yeah, well, listen, all right? It's a Marvel film in 2023, and with all the abused visual effects workers, that's a guarantee, all right? And,
Well,
you know,
to
how
be fair-
No Way Home got an Oscar nom for that is insane.
because to be fair, Deadpool 3 might not be entirely bad, but we know they're going to revisit the Fox universe. They might retouch, depending on how much they touch, the Bryan Singer, or is it going to go back to the initial?
I don't know. I think they're gonna play it like safe with a lot of things where it's at least watchable, and with Deadpool still being the main focus. But I don't know, because of them having to stop filming like halfway through because of the strike, that might have caused issues and with the quality of it, and then also just the fact of who's directing it. I mean, it is the same guy who did fucking
Yellow costume though.
Jesus, yellow costume. Yeah, so let's not worry about, that they got the director of
The yellow costume was in the initial one too. They
of
actually
the
showed.
Oscar nominee free guy. Amazing film, right?
Well, okay, technically, if you want the payoff, let's say there is something at the end of Past, Present, Future, or Future, Present, Past. That one where when Logan wakes up in the future, which is the fixed future, Professor X wants an update from Binary. Now, that's a thing where if they call back to that, that will be interesting, because someone caught that at the end. Because, as I said, before, you would forget who Binary is if
I did.
you didn't know who. I doubt many people know who she was. It's like in Loki. How many of you guys prior to Loki knew of the TVA?
I haven't seen most of Phase 4 stuff. Like, I've only seen
What?
Miss Marvel because we covered it on the podcast. It was one of the first few things we did cover.
Yeah.
We like Moon Knight. I've seen that, and Wakanda Forever. These are like the three
Okay.
things I've seen
The
from Phase 4.
masterpiece.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
The worst
So-
movie I've ever seen.
So
Yeah.
basically, like when you look at a lot, like they have a lot to work with. They are definitely drawing from really obscure sources to make it work. Not that I was looking on the fly, because I was trying to see what official bands they're going with. They're going with the quantum bands.
I've also
Fuck.
seen Shield because we covered it last year. That's the other thing. I
The
almost
Amazing
forgot about
She-Hulk.
that one.
The Amazing She-Hulk.
Shield was not as bad as it gets credit.
Yeah, there was the yellow
Bruh.
costume in that one too.
No. She-Hulk deserves all the hate. It's
Yeah.
like anti-comedy.
Yellow costume though.
It's an embarrassment for TV, bro.
Yeah, it's like I'll sum up She-Hulk for you. All right. So they, when the She-Hulk writers try doing a break in the fourth wall joke, instead of just making a break in the fourth wall joke, they'll say to the audience, "Hey guys, this is supposed to be a break in the fourth wall joke. Please laugh."
And
That's the entire show in a nutshell.
the writing is supposed to be bad, so that makes it good.
Oh yeah, yeah.
They added that in there.
Bear in mind, it would have been so much better if they tried to apply the 80s or the old classic She-Hulk where she would do that. Because
and it would have been better if they just did the original Captain Marvel, but let's not talk about that.
It would have been better if they just hired good writer. Just saying.
That's too hard.
No.
And
They would never have thought of that amazing mechanic of, saying that the writing is supposed to be bad, and that's what makes the writing good.
Yeah,
like,
you know what?
Good writer
If they
would
had
come up
Chat GPT, write She-Hulk, it would have been better.
Oh, even if
okay, I have a question. Where would you started if you knew you could write a She-Hulk show? What would you have picked as a starting point of She-Hulk?
All right, I'll start. I would probably have more inclusion of the Hulk and some of his villains from the comics. I would have a little bit more references to other characters in the universe. As for something unique, I'll probably, this might sound insane and you're probably going to question my mental state, but I will probably use some Capcom characters from the Capcom games and implant them into the storyline and make them sort of antagonistic characters. That way it at least comes off as shocking. But yeah, that
would be awesome. It would set up the Marvel vs. Capcom universe. I can't wait for
Yeah,
that cinematic view.
Yeah, I can't wait for them to screw that up. Okay, well, what would I do?
If you have if you have me,
sorry, continue.
If you have me writing it, I can literally make it really amazing. Unless you guys don't necessarily like violent movies, but yeah.
Listen, they could hire all of us today and be better. All right.
Yeah, I think anyone that comes around to write She-Hulk would do better than whoever did.
Listen, there's this friendly homeless guy, outside of my apartment. I'm sure he'll do a better job with it if I give him some paper and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, but what would I do?
Even the character arc, they fell flat because there's no true payoff in the end.
There's nothing in it. It's just fucking around for no reason. But yeah, what would I do? I mean, I would at least not have the origin be the most laughable shit ever. And that's a good starting point. Like, that is one of the, seriously, in any comic book film I've ever seen, even ones that don't have a proper, how they became the character or got powers, like the Batman, it is like the worst I've ever seen. Like, worse than shit like this shit like fucking Steel and like Batman and Robin. Like, it, I was just speechless. Like, just like a random car crash out of nowhere, and then literally in 20 seconds runs over. Oh, what's going on? Oh no, don't! Blood drops. Oh, what's going on? Oh, fuck it! It was filmed. It was filmed like it was filmed like like an AI was holding the camera. That's how it looked when they were filming that shot with the blood going into the fucking cut, and then just like running off. Oh, what's going on? Like that's some shit. Like I swear to God, I've seen parody films like do a better job with it that are trying to make fun of it.
They could have tied it in with WandaVision or whatever. Tiamat said that Monica Rambeau gets, like, she can do whatever type of light, including gamma. I'm just saying, she gamma radiates, the same person who has the same blood.
I want you to know how many of you guys have seen the original Incredible Hulk or Hulk TV show?
Oh, yeah. Lou Ferrigno.
Yeah.
I've only seen the old, like, any old movie made after the 2000 prior to that, I couldn't care more. But
well,
yeah.
I mean the original one, the original TV show that was really good. And
Yeah.
listen,
It wasn't bad though. He goes,
Best soundtrack
a
ever.
doctor. He goes, a doctor wants to experiment with radiation, and he gives himself too high of a dose. Okay,
It's part of the character's background, but yeah.
Yeah, like the acting and characters and everything, like they did a far, like even all the movies and stuff. Okay, they weren't like good, and there's a lot of laughable stuff in it, especially the one with Thor. But just paying attention to like the characters in them, it somehow does a far better job than like the MCU films today, especially like the character of Thor
Hulk's
in that
arc
film.
in those MCU films is like amazing. Like it sucks because like that original film, I guess it's still canon, but it wasn't that great. But if you look at like his arc over like, and he's always a background character, but that arc is so dark. Like he apparently, like tries to Roblox himself, but can't because the Hulk won't let him die. Like, I don't know. It's just so crazy. And then he, learns to control it. And this takes place over many, many movies. Like it is a nice arc, and then she gets it in like 2 seconds. I don't know.
I will say the origins of She-Hulk, if people forget it, is Bruce gives her. It would have made more sense. Something happened, like in the comics. She gets the powers because she gets a blood transfusion.
Yeah.
But bro, that's going against the Hollywood agenda, bro. That's like we cannot let a man give a woman power, and that's a sin.
I don't
like
even
2023.
Now I have to speak, and we have to defend Patrick's honor, Gray. Not Patrick's honors, but Patrick's honor. Yes, because Patrick likes this show dearly, and.
But Patrick is not there to defend it, so there's
Patrick
no
I doubt
defending
could defend this, but the whole thing is, I think it may have been played off as a satire, but you got to look at it as who the writer is. The reason why I ask how people would, sorry Cole, I'll get back to you, like how you would write it. See, I would see you write it as maybe she gets her powers and she goes to work for S.H.I.E.L.D. or something. Works for superheroes.
But that's too smart. These writers, they don't care about the Marvel universe. They only wanted to do their attorney at law crap that wasn't even good because
it's Ally McBeal. You know what it was? It struck me as Ally McBeal meets She-Hulk.
Yeah. I can guess that's like Jessica Gao favorite show.
Do you guys even remember Ally McBeal?
No, I don't even know what the fuck is that. But I can only guess that's a procedural.
The premise is they took Ally McBeal meet Sex in the City.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So anyway, I mean, should we go back to the Marvels?
Yeah, the Marvels. Enough PTSD from She-Hulk. That was bad. So the Marvels.
So yeah, I will say the thing about the Marvels is, will the payoff be? Because we do not know what the payoff is going to be in Deadpool 3. Because if you're setting up a multiverse incursion, it might make sense that Monica Rambeau gets trapped in the alternate universe. Now, I will tell you, there is a fan theory. They might pay off. Let's say she landed in the 616 universe with the Illuminati. They might have an X-Men versus Avengers. Maybe. But I would feel that that's going to be a very bad screw-up.
Oh, they kill off all the X-Men? Okay.
Yeah.
No.
It'd be cool. I just don't see it as likely.
Well,
but
no,
awesome.
even in it.
No.
I have no faith in them doing that.
Yeah, I don't have faith in them. And besides, if they have to do X-Men versus Avengers, they actually have to come up with actually have decent reason as to why the Avengers and the X-Men face off. In the comics, it made sense. In the MCU, it wouldn't even make sense because how do you establish if people with powers like mutants are discriminated, but yet in like the Avengers don't? It's like how are you going to explain that? Because in the comics, it actually makes sort of sense. Though they all show up like around the same time, so that's why it's a little different. But it doesn't work in the MCU. And besides,
Unless they okay, let's bear with it.
go on.
Let's say they go with Secret Wars.
All right.
Are you familiar with Secret Wars?
Yeah, I'm familiar. It's kind of like Marvel's equivalent of Crisis on Infinite Earths, where
Basically that was the sequel. The sequel one is where I think
the when Doctor Doom steals
yeah,
power.
basically universes are colliding.
Yep.
That's the actual premise of that one. And that is a weird one. That is actually where one of the follow-up crises is good, or is almost only slightly better than the original Secret Wars. So Doctor Doom recreates the universe, right? He pulls from Marvel Zombies. He pulls from all of this. Maybe they fight. But that's just a fan theory, though. But you're going to have to phrase it that she gets out. Or either Monica Rambeau was thrown away to the
I just
fire.
can't see him going that big in the future. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it's got to be smaller than that.
I don't see it.
Besides, I don't really like that idea, in my opinion, because I don't know why, but why is like the MCU like bring all these other Marvel like movie universes like the Fox universe, like they're kind of like they've already established that they were different. It's like, bro, why couldn't you at least do something unique? I would have probably brought in like DC at best, because different universe, you can establish your own version. Who knows? It could actually be successful. Or maybe Street Fighter. We can have Rio show up, Akuma, some of those characters. Like not really from other Marvel stuff when they clearly established their own storylines in the era. It's like, just I don't know how you guys feel about like, but that's how I feel about it. Like,
I mean, the issue with multiverse incursions, they've always only ever been done because if this is the payoff, this is just sheer speculation. Remember, you have this. How does this play into Multiverse of Madness? What if this is what caused it? As much as Doctor Strange. Because the idea is if two Marvel multiverses come together, it's like a Big Bang. Now, can they pay this off? Or is it just a throwaway? Because remember, as I said, they got the Kang Dynasty, and they have Secret Wars confirmed. So, just take it as a thing. Feel free. You guys can interject. This is just a theory. This is probably giving them too much credit. They have to stick the landing.
All right.
Because we know Deadpool 3 takes place in Fox. Like, how would you introduce mutants into the MCU?
Yeah, that's kind of the thing. I don't know how I would, because there isn't really a way that you could, at least not that I can think of. Because in the comics, it goes into like the cosmic like stuff. But yeah, in the comics,
they kind of did with Deadpool, but it's only like tangentially related. But
okay. Yeah.
So everyone has talked at least a bit about the Marvels. Now that's my turn, and I will sound crazy. I liked it a lot, but there's issues. So if we just talk about enjoyment, I'd say this movie is a 10 for me. But I know it's not a 10 because I had genuine issue with the movie. I had like actually 7 of them, but after hearing all of your thoughts, I actually agree with Gray that the power and the switch were not consistent. So that would be another issue I would add to the issues the movie has. And I'm with you. So sometimes I do rise up the score after hearing other people thought, but now it'll actually lower the score. Nonetheless, first issue, Gray point that one out. It's people swapping around and it's not consistent. So yeah, the second issue would be plot armor. The Krees are shown as being able to throw couches around like ragdoll. Yet the family fighting them didn't result into any injuries. It didn't make sense because they were part of the fight. Like they were like 2 or 3 on 1, but they were still part of the fight. It's just not believable that none of them got injured or something, or even worse, like died. And that put me off at the moment. I was I enjoyed that action sequence, but man, why? Um, Next up would be the fight in the spaceship. Didn't break any glasses despite people inside shooting everything and hitting every glasses and pushing each other on the glasses of the ship. It didn't make sense. I was like, it's in space. Things are fragile. Like you can like have a 5 cent poking a hole in a glass just because of the lack of gravity. So the fact that they had a full blown fight in space like that didn't break the ship, was like, bro, it's not believable at all. Next up would be weak main villain. I didn't give a shit about her and her motive. I was like, okay, she's just a threat, and that's it. There's no other layers. They are not even trying. I think they gave up on the villains, to be honest. Like it's been many movies and TV shows where the villains are just like, yeah, no, they're not that great. I remember there was a scene at some point or a sequence, I can't remember exactly what, but I rolled my eye. It wasn't funny. Oh yeah, the dancing and singing scene was godly awful. I wanted to bash my head on my seat in the theater. I was like, what's going on? That actually ruined the movie. So maybe even in terms of enjoyment, that's not even a 10 just because of that stupid sequence I truly hated. The ship burning into the atmosphere didn't burn everyone inside alive like a barbecue.
No. You can crash at terminal velocity. You're fine. You know, who cares?
But I mean, there's fire. Like it was set on fire, bro. Freaking inside that would be freaking hot because all of the heat from the fire would cook you inside. But I guess
well, and
not.
then actually like crashing, that's also not going to like, you know, snap your neck or anything like that. Like that's perfectly fine, you know.
From space.
Yeah, you're cool.
Next up would be plot armor on Kamala. The villain could have crushed her skull with the hammer, but she didn't because reasons. It also created inconsistency within the main villain. The villain was depicted as someone that wanted revenge on Cap Marvel. She had the chance but didn't take it. So these are my issues. Now, I will say there were character arcs in this movie, but they were not like amazing or groundbreaking. But there were character arcs. The first character arc I could see happening is, you said it, Gray. Like Kamala now knows that she cannot save everyone.
But did she really learn that? Like there was a chance to really get into that. Like she makes that bridge and then like just she gets zapped away and never mind. Like we don't have to worry about that anymore. There's a chance to like make that actual arc count and like make her make that choice. I didn't see her ever make the choice that she can't save everyone. Like you're right, that would be a cool arc. They said it, I didn't see it.
Oh yeah, that's actually a good point. You bring in a good point I like. Now, I will say something that may shock all of you, but I actually like Captain Marvel in this movie. I didn't give a shit about her. I actually laughed and I was happy when she got smashed by Thanos in Endgame. But yeah, I didn't give a shit about Captain Marvel in her own movie or Endgame or whatever. And if well, the first reason why I wanted to cover this movie and see it in theater is I wanted to bring some honest opinion on the movie, because I feel when it comes to like the culture war and that kind of stuff, either side is not really truthful because there's always their own agenda in their content. So I wanted to bring a honest review of that movie. And the other reason is I actually like Miss Marvel a lot. I thought the show was bad, but I like the main character. the show was really bad. Don't get me wrong. I didn't like the show at all, but I did care for Miss Marvel, and I was hyped. I was like, oh, I will have more of her. And coming into that movie, I heard lots of stuff like um they would be like supporting character, and only Captain Marvel would really be the main character and the main role and stuff. And I was like, yeah, that may be the downside, but the final product, you don't feel it. You feel like these are the three leads, and I really like that. Um, as I said, Miss Marvel, I enjoyed her a lot in her show, even if her show was really bad. Um, I didn't give a crap about Fodon. And they gave somewhat of a character arc, but that was more like between Fodon, well, Binary or whatever her name. The other girl, I can't remember her name, but they gave her somewhat of a character arc with Carol, where Carol had to have some closure with the what she did in the past, and how she abandoned and gave up on her niece, basically. And that was them like fixing the broken bridge in some aspect, and that was very interesting. Like, they patch up things, and in the end, like, instead of just leaving to save other people, like, um Captain Marvel was like, oh yeah, I will actually spend time with Miss Marvel, and that was endearing. I really like Captain Marvel after watching this movie, and on top of that, there's something I didn't notice. They went out of their way to show you that these are not Mary Sue. They have flaws. Like, one of the best flaw and most interesting flaw Captain Marvel was she doesn't listen to anybody, and she ended up like making things worse like at least two times. And I like that. I like when they think enough of your character and they're like, oh yeah, they have strength, but they have flaws. It's something we didn't add in Captain Marvel. It's something we didn't add in Endgame. So now that we have that Captain Marvel that has actual flaws, I'm on board. I like that. It's the same for like the other character. She never flew, and she doesn't just fly right away.
Well,
At
she
first,
technically flies in that fight scene right before the whole like I've never flown before scene. Like, it's kind of weird, but I don't know if they miscut it or what.
maybe that would be an editing issue. Um, maybe I would need to rewatch movie, but um, the other thing going for Miss Marvel, that I really liked is when she learns about Captain Marvel past. Now she realizes the person she idolized is not perfect. She did messed up things. And like the opening sequence, and even in her own show, Miss Marvel was like, she is perfect. I want to strive like her. I want to be like her. She's like my role model. And she would only see the bright side, the good side of Captain Marvel. And I think this is also what the studio wanted from Captain Marvel in the past. They were like, that she must be flawless, she must be perfect. But this movie, they really wanted you to showcase that no, we decided to like change our way to deal with Captain Marvel, and she's no longer that paragon she used to be depicted as in the MCU. And I like that. Like, now Miss Marvel sees that, oh, Captain Marvel is human just like me. Even if she has like OP powers, she still has um that human side. I also like the action a lot. Um, that was entertaining. I was hooked. Every action scene was really cool. The other way they really showed you that there are no Mary Sue is the training sequence where they did try to train around swapping places and that kind of stuff. I like that sequence a lot. I was like, oh, okay, so they try to have a strategy around them swapping around. I like that. What else? Um,
So that mechanic's fun, but like when Miss Marvel's under the hammer, why don't they just swap then? Like, especially if it's either of the other two, like then they're out of that situation. Like it apparently is instantaneous, so it'd be before she could use the weapon. I don't know, it's just like so inconsistent, but it made it look cool in that one fight scene.
yeah,
I don't know. I wish they did it more consistently.
me too. You brought that great issue. I was thinking of that during the movie, but I was like, don't think too much. But I think I was like that during the movie because I was enjoying myself watching the movie. But thinking about that, that's a genuine issue. Like, sometimes you see her flying around and they don't swap, or at one point, um, Captain Marvel basically decide to go on her own, and because of that, Miss Marvel is teleported in the air and she cannot fly. So yeah, that was a genuine issue. Anyway, this time around, Brie is doing a good job. I don't like that actress particularly. Like, I don't hate her either. It's just that I don't really care much. But after watching this movie, I'm not saying she's the best actress, but she did her role. She played her part, and I like that. That's clearly an improvement for me from Captain Marvel movie. It's not perfect. There's issues here and there. Anyhow, I don't have much more to add. I think I would give this movie, if that was just enjoyment, I would give it like a 9 or 8, but it's not. I had issues, and the movie is not perfect. So, an honest score after that critique would be 6.5 out of 10, which placed that like on par with Guardian of the Galaxy Volume 3. But I'd say I liked the Marvels more because that's a shorter movie and I was very entertained. Um, so, coming next, Cole, what would be your grade out of 10 for the Marvels? Cole?
Oh, god damn it! Thing was muted by accident. Fucking mic. My bad. My rating. It's around a 2.5 or 3. I mean, yeah, it kind of sucked, but at the same time, you know, it didn't suck any more than like the majority of MCU films as of late, like Black Panther 2, like Quantumania, like actually what have been all the Marvel films as of late? Let's see. Yeah, and other superhero films, of course, too, like The Flash, yeah, Thor, Love and Thunder, you know, Morbius, Black Adam, just all suck. Really, the only ones I've liked that come out recently is I thought Doctor Strange 2 was alright because of the Sam Raimi stuff, and I liked, you know, Guardians 3, but the others, yeah. So I mean, it's no like worse than any of them, but just another to add to the collection.
What would be your grade out of 10 Marvel DC?
Probably a 2.
Uki, what about you, Tiamat Lord? What would be your grade out of 10 for the Marvels?
6 out of 10.
Uki, and what about you, Gray?
Yeah, I think I gotta agree with Cole. I think I'd go like a 2.5. That is probably like 0.5 better than I'd give Captain Marvel. Just I don't know. I didn't see the same like progression in the characters that you saw. Like, I wish it was there. I think there's potential for it to be there. I think they wrote it like it could be there, and then I don't know if they cut it out, but like I don't know if Miss Marvel had noticed that, like, you can't just idolize people and, you can't save everyone. That would be awesome.
Well, she
Instead, we
admits it
got
at
her
some point.
randomly using the scarf. Like, I don't know. Just the scarf comes up and it's like a magical weapon, but just for one scene. Like, I don't know. That was weird. And then I didn't see Captain Marvel's like progression in this. Like, she's a world destroyer, but then it turns out that, she could actually undo it all along. But I don't know. And then, just Rambo. Like, I guess I don't understand it. I don't see her actual progression as a character either. So I don't know. For me, like, there were entertaining things. Like, I didn't dislike the double Dutch scene or the training scene, and then it leads to that fun battle that has that dynamic. But I just don't think it was consistent enough to like earn that. I think they could have earned that, but I don't know. To me, there's just a lot of plot holes. So I don't know. I don't like it as a whole. But I probably will never watch it again, but it wasn't an unpleasant experience where it was an unpleasant experience watching the first one for me. I agree with you. Both Miss Marvel is pretty pleasant in this. She was kind of the heart and soul of this, if you will. And then, I didn't actually hate Brie Larson in this, which I didn't like her in the first one. So that's an improvement.
I think she was given more liberty because now they realize that piece of wood they had for like 2 movies, or I should say 1 movie and 3 scenes, wasn't working. So they were like, oh yeah, I think we need to change her a bit because that plank of wood doesn't work. So that's an improvement, I think, from the get-go. Letting her like be flawed, that's a good start.
The only thing that saves her is the fact her writing is subtly better.
Yeah.
But here's the thing about Brie Larson. Okay, I give you the choice of 2 actors. Who do you think is worse? What's your opinion of both? Anything totality. Ruby Rose?
Give me Ruby Rose.
Versus Brie Larson.
Brie Larson. Forget Ruby Rose. No, bro. The only role Ruby Rose nailed was when she was a mute. You haven't seen the full.
Hey, you didn't say that she can't be a mute.
I mean, I'm gonna stress that I say Ruby Rose was a lot better as Batwoman than Brie Larson was as Catwoman.
Even in her other roles.
Yep.
Cool.
I mean,
are you with me? Am I crazy to say like I would rather pick Brie Larson over freaking Ruby Rose?
He didn't even like her in The Room, though.
Well,
I haven't seen
yeah,
The Room,
because the Room is basically, and also like I like the premise. It's a gold premise, and especially as somebody who kind of at a point in their time was in a not in the same way but somewhat similar environment, and I think it's a good, like, again, a good premise, good setup, and there's good aspects to The Room. But overall they do an average job with it, and it's a pretty average lead performance that people just freaked out over for whatever reason, and just because there was like no makeup on her and shit, and the second half of it was just a bore and didn't have much substance in it. But that's my opinion on it. But anyway, I mean, which one I think is better?
Yeah, Ruby Rose or Brie Larson?
I honestly can't choose. They're both just terrible. I mean, if we're going by which one I think is like the better actress overall, I mean, at least Brie Larson had a couple good performances before. While Ruby Rose has had none. As for, I mean, who was better in like the role? I mean, again, they're both like 1 out of 10 garbage fits for the role. However, I'll give like the 0.00001 to Brie Larson, and the reason being is that I think, while she was still bad in the Marvels, wasn't as bad, and it was a desperate attempt to make her likable, and her performance was still whatever and didn't fit the character. It wasn't as garbage, and I think it was because in the first Captain Marvel, because of also what the story was in the script, and also having bad chemistry with some of the actors, it made her even worse. But now that, away from that stuff and can be a bit more of a character, it was still bad, but not like garbage bad. While Ruby Rose as Batwoman,
was amazing.
I can think of no positives for that. I mean, there was like maybe one or two scenes like in the very
There's a
beginning.
couple.
Yeah, a couple scenes in like the very beginning of her out of the suit that were half okay, but that's it.
There's a
like,
few after she ended someone's life, but nothing
Yeah,
more about
yeah, and
that.
it's like the best part about that show and her character was the stunt work, and that wasn't her. So
Have you seen the Batwoman, Gray?
I did not finish the show, but I am acquainted
don't
with
have
Ruby
to.
Rose.
You know, there
beginning
is.
performance.
That's why I say Ruby Rose has been in other stuff. She has been in other things.
Yeah,
Hey, Tiamat, you asked all of us. What would you choose? Would you choose Ruby Rose over the lovely, the one and only Brie Larson?
Any day, anytime, I'd pick Brie over Ruby Rose.
Oh,
As I said, DC, go ahead.
I was gonna say, well, I'm the opposite, but yeah, that was all I was gonna say.
I'm alone in my boat. That's okay.
I
I'm
would
used to
say
it now.
probably depending on it. I would say the only because Ruby Rose does minorly. If you get her into somewhere, she can be better. But do bear in mind, never forget, there was an unpaid actor or a paid stunt double in this film. I'm sure.
Yeah.
The butt model.
Jesus Christ,
Oh,
bringing up that that meme.
I
went
do
around
my
and-
own stunt. It's funny how the fuck you
She had a butt double. I'm certain.
I mean,
If I could have
kind
one,
of.
I might.
well, kind of in the first,
You
in the
know,
second,
just-
no, in the second, no.
Just for the shots where it's, the back of me. It would be okay. I'd be all right with that.
Jesus, yeah, same. Anyway, I mean, I looked at Ruby Rose's filmography. I mean, yeah, this is all. I mean, there's some decent films, but she's been pretty much trash.
Her only good role was John Wick 2. That's it.
Yes, but that's
That
because
started ends there.
yes, that's because she didn't speak, so I'm not counting that. All right, just like how I'm not counting the lead actor in Baby Driver for many reasons. All right, that had nothing to do with his acting, and then when he actually had to act in that new West Side Story, it was garbage. So I'm not really counting that. I mean, but outside of like John Wick 2, I mean, if I had to think of like anything where she wasn't complete garbage, maybe that Return of Xander Cage. That's it. That's all I can think of. The rest are just hot garbage. Holy fuck.
Anyhow, I'm wondering what do you have going on your channel, DC?
Not much, but I have been getting some ideas. Yeah, I think that's all that really matters, getting ideas, but yeah.
This is very good. So this week I got Window and you got RedBlue. So I will unlist after the stream. Thank you very much for joining us. I enjoyed our discussion we had tonight as usual. Have a great day. Take care, and we will talk later.
All right. Bye.
So next topic. Great. I'm wondering, what exactly have you seen? I forgot to ask you earlier. What exactly have you seen, Gray, for today?
I've seen none of the other shows, and unfortunately, I didn't make it to The Killer. But I have seen. I'm trying to remember what else was on there. Definitely Scream 6 and
H20. Dr. Strangelove, yeah.
Oh, and H2O.
Yeah, Robo Gray.
And H2O as well. I've seen everything except for the TV shows, I think, and The Killer.
Okay. Oh wow, that's still very good. That you maintain your 5 topics a week, which is amazing. You're great.
That's nothing compared to Tiamat. Apparently, he's up to date.
So, I guess we will talk about the masterpiece that is H20. That's a wonderful movie, isn't it?
I mean, is it H20 or H2O? How do you pronounce it?
It was marketed as H2O back in the day, but perhaps for French Canada is a little something different. So we can both be right.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, this film was a film.
It existed somewhere in the timeline.
It's. This isn't as bad as the other films for sure. In my opinion, it has a lot of flaws. The runtime is really short, and it's kind of poorly paced. It rushes with a lot of things, in my opinion, but then doesn't at other points. How do I, I think kind of like enough about it where it isn't a terrible, film or anything by any means, but from like the other two we just watched, like I do think out of like in this era of how Halloween, this was one of like the least worst ones, but it still isn't a good film. And honestly, there were like points in it where I was like, I swear to God, I was like, are they trying to like do some sort of like Scream thing after, with like the year and after seeing the popularity of that? Like, that's what it fucking felt like at points.
Man, Cole, was it as bad as the hell? How did you like the Rob Zombies?
Well, a lot of hardcore Halloween fans despise it for certain reasons, which again I won't go into because of spoilers with multi in them.
Yeah, I think we're actually getting into that in a couple weeks.
Yeah, but
Gray,
all I'll say is that I thought the first was sort of decent enough where with like what it was attempting in the vision by Rob Zombie, and sure he probably shouldn't have done certain things, but at least the scenes themselves are like well done and such and well acted, and that's all really going to there with the first one, where I at least thought it was kind of serviceable, unlike other recent Halloween films and such. And then the second one I thought wasn't like garbage or anything as other people said, but also wasn't some like underrated gem as other people said. Like a lot of people say that just because of like the PTSD aspects and stuff that they adore, and it's like, sure, but they kind of did a bad job at it, and the film itself in a lot of other areas like the acting and such was pretty bad too. It's like, I at least respect them for trying to do something unique and change it up, but it didn't really work. But what wasn't terrible though, like the last two we saw before, H2O, it was just regular
Really?
bad. Yeah, in my opinion at least, because at least they tried new things, and there were things that kind of worked, but for the most part it was still bad. But at least wasn't like Resurrection bad or anything like that, in my opinion, or Halloween Ends bad, kind of. But we'll get to it when we get to it. But yeah, this I kind of like some of the stuff with like Laurie, I guess. And I like more of like what they did with Michael Myers in this one as well, instead of the other ones. I thought the police stuff was stupid, and LJ Cool J was in this was just
Smooth.
At least it wasn't like, at least he was fine with his role, I guess, whatever. But yeah, I like Josh Hartnett in this as well, and I did believe like the dynamic in this. I did, so yeah. But that's probably about all I really have to say. This was definitely a film. I don't know what to say. I warned you, Multi. And the thing that sucks about this the most is the person who wanted to watch all these films with us and suffer isn't even the one doing it. So thank you for that. It's like you strapped us to like a chair like in A Clockwork Orange and then left us. Thanks.
Don't throw too many shades, bro.
Listen, I just have to like go like what I feel. I'm just like, you have to watch these with us. You have to suffer too.
So you got set up to watch this, and
well, no, we do recommendations with like what people want, But one of our he's busy with other things, so he watches what he can. So he wasn't able to watch all these Halloween films with us, but he said that's what he wanted to recommend all the Halloween films as his thing per week. So that's why I say that. So I'm like, God damn it. Like, why can't you have to share the fucking pain. Come on.
Well, this is why initially, if you ever watch my stuff, Cole, like I did with Gray, I jokingly brought up the Halo TV show to make Gray and Patrick suffer.
Hell yeah! You see, this
I
is
really
exactly
did.
what we will be doing in the future.
I
when
actually
the
was going to
season
make
Son of
him
Master Cake.
suffer. Okay, I really hope you guys know, because I know the history of that show. Okay,
dude.
the funny part is when I brought up, like I've told people of this show, I call him Master Cheeks, and if you don't get the reference,
You haven't seen the movie.
you haven't seen the show, because this show is something special. It is. This is why we need it, to get Gray's opinion as well as Patrick's.
Yeah.
Because
that will be exciting. Very
it's
exciting.
going to be good, because there's a lot of horrifying stuff to that. It's not like, that's why I look at certain things. Like, let's say you remake stuff or reimagine. Like Halloween, like 20 years later kind of thing. It's kind of like 90s. Did I Know What You Did Last Summer age really well? They still, did another one? Like 5 of them? Correct me if I'm wrong. Like, I swear.
They did more than 5, bro. They did, I don't know how many. Like, I think it's like the 6th or 7th week we are into it, and it's not over.
Wait, hold on. Are you asking how many Halloween films they made?
Yeah.
Like, they relaunched the slasher franchises a lot.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so let's see. They made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
You have 2.
14.
Yeah.
Are you serious, Cole? We are only
halfway there. Officially halfway there.
And then you still have, all the Scream films that have never end. I don't know what you did last summer, because it always one family member remembers. It's like they're relaunching Saw for God knows amount of time.
We covered
Thank goodness.
Saw, and we're finishing Scream today, so.
But Scream 7 is just around the corner.
Don't tell me. No,
Fucking
no,
hell.
please. No.
Scream
Let
7
the
is
pain
going to
end.
be a masterpiece.
Oh, Sam's coming back.
Oh, no. So this week we hit rock bottom for movies, I believe. This is okay. H20 or H2O, whatever the name is, that was bad. That's like maybe around like
Just wait.
Wakanda Forever level bad. Like, I'd say Wakanda Forever is worst just because it went in the minus. Well, this didn't. It's still a very low bar to reach. My first issue would be editing. One scene was daytime, the next scene it was nighttime. Good job, guys. Lightning was terrible. I couldn't see shit when it was nighttime. Hell yeah, the way to do it. Speaking of trash lightning, Helstrom, did they freaking shot in a freaking basement or something the entire show? Because the lightning was also terrible. The dialogue wasn't great. Too many characters. Not funny. The mother is one-dimensional. Pacing. Bad jump scare. Not funny. So now Michael Myers no longer delete everyone he meets. Not funny, great jokes. Plot convenience dropping the key. Pacing. I wanted to die. This movie is so bad.
Okay. Do you like?
Just wait.
How do you prescribe to the mythos of Michael Myers? Do you say he is a deranged person who murders people?
We're taking it as they go. This
Or
one
does
you know,
his
resets the
power,
time.
or do you say he has a supernatural power?
A supernatural, obviously, because he apparently didn't die from being shot like many times in the first one, and he didn't die from the building blowing up on him in the second one. So that's clearly supernatural.
Oh, I'm going to give you a heads up. There's a mythos to this. The reason why does he?
No spoilers.
Is he a set? Because there's this line that gets eventually figured out. Is it supernatural, or is it just he's a psychotic killer? Which
supernatural?
Because you gotta. I'll watch these with you. I kind of know enough. I've watched most of them, and it's really. It's like, why Jason? Like, what's the difference between Michael and Jason?
I don't know.
Hockey Mask versus Shatner.
I haven't seen Jason. Maybe I've seen one Jason. Can't remember.
Then we have our next series we got to go through.
Oh, no.
Okay, we're going to have to...
Oh, no.
Will he make it to Jason? Will he make it to Jason X?
We have to. It's the pinnacle.
Oh, my.
Oh, no. And then we can start with Leprechaun.
So I guess this is what you recommend for December, Gray, Jason?
No, I wouldn't. I don't know if I could sit through Jason X again. God.
There's a few things I admit I liked about this awful movie. The first thing is at least the action was entertaining. PTSD was fine. Characters were likable. The mother growth was good. The chase scene was entertaining. More entertaining running around. The mother sacrifice. The fight scene was cool. And that's it. I want to forget this movie ever existed. Who wants to go next about this masterpiece that is H20?
I think I might be the only one who's left. Yeah, so this was a decent Halloween film. I really did like Halloween H2O. It's got some memorable parts. So it's kind of fun the way that they did it. So this is the first like redo of the timeline. I kind of enjoy it. It's weird with the pacing of it and the way that they decide to end it, but I don't know. I kind of like it. There is, while it's not done well, it does kind of show you what would happen to like Laurie after all those years. Agreed. It could have been done way better, and I think they do in a future one. But I don't know. It just shows like just how messed up you'd be after the events of that night. And I believe the next day, I think 1 and 2 are supposed to be canon, and then this rewrites after that. But yeah, it's just kind of interesting. I like Josh Hartnett's character, and I guess this was our introduction to him. I didn't realize this was his first film, but I don't know. I don't hate him as that character. I think I saw it when I was younger, so I kind of identified more with that. Like, yeah, whatever, overprotective parent. I don't know. I thought it was kind of interesting. I like the dumbwaiter element of the thing and the lady getting her like leg smashed in it. I don't know. I kind of like the restroom scene, the outhouse scene or whatever, where I just remember there being a bunch of tension, especially the first time I saw it, where it's like, okay, so he's going to kill some kid in the bathroom and then he just steals her purse. So it was a little bit more comedic this time, you know, apparently. On top of everything else that Michael Myers has done, he's also a purse snatcher. Interesting. And then why did it happen to be like a car from like the 30s that she somehow was driving to this outhouse in the middle of nowhere? It's kind of weird, but it's kind of a creepy car to just leave at the gate. And then yeah, I think he would definitely be supernatural from like as many times as he was shot and stabbed and everything, and then he just like keeps getting up. But hard to say. You know, is this enough to stop him? She definitively decapitates him at the end. It's kind of fun. So I don't know. Like, I don't absolutely hate this flick. as far as the timelines that like branch and end, I don't know. This isn't the worst one. It's way above 5 and 6 to me. Like just the whole Cult of Thorn thing is the dumbest timeline. So I'm totally cool wiping that out. I kind of dig 4, but it's not the greatest, and it kind of branches into Cult of Thorn. So yeah, I'm cool with this whole timeline being above the other one. But that being said, it's not a great movie. I kind of dig some of the performances though. LL Cool J, he's not the worst rapper to appear in this series. I kind of dug his weird eroticism, like whatever that he's like somehow writing that his girlfriend doesn't like. So why is he reading it to her? She doesn't seem to be a fan. I don't know. I kind of like that stupid aspect of it. He seemed like a, cordial guy who's letting Josh Hartnett out of there. I don't know. I assumed he was going to be one of the first kills, but somehow he makes it out of this. So I don't know. It's interesting. Yeah, I kind of dig it. Don't hate it as much as you guys, but just wait. The good is yet to come.
I think this is the perfect moment to give away our juicy score. Mine is a 2.5 out of 10. I think this is like the third or fourth time I give a score this low to something. And the previous times were like Wakanda Forever, She-Hulk, and something else I can't remember. Coke and Beer. Yeah, the beer that we're eating is white snow.
Cocaine Bear is a hell of a movie.
What would be your grade out of 10, Cole? I guess Cole is not there.
Sorry, god damn it! Every time this mic. Sorry, my grade for this film, right?
Yeah.
I'll give it a 4. Definitely not good, but I don't think it's like really bad like the others. I think it has redeeming aspects. They tried harder with this. It's still definitely a fail, though. Overall, not a pass.
And what about you, Tiama Lord?
I would say probably with the age about 6.5.
And what about you, Gray?
I 100% agree with Tiamat. I'm also thinking 6.5. It's just not the worst. You'll see the worst soon, but yeah, it's an okay branch. It's
technically he's already seen the worst because he's like, I think you already saw it.
It's subjective. Some people put Zombie above 5 and 6, but that's the low.
I like the zombie ones though. They're a little bit different of a take.
They really bring zombie into this shit. They don't believe
no,
Rob
that's
Zombie,
the
director.
That's the director.
I was like,
we're not giving spoilers. It's just the guy who directed it.
Well, I mean, someone no. That's Plan 9 from outer space. All right.
Okay.
Let's have them in the jungle somewhere.
Okay, when you basically take Sherry Moon's whatever acting out of it that she's in.
Rob Zombie's wife.
Well, she always makes it away and everything. But I did not mind those two. The two, it's like a reimagining.
Yeah. Just remember, no spoilers. But
I mean, this one kind of is a reimagining too. Like it rewrites,
H2O.
Some of them for the worst, but
it does have he's working his way through. I wouldn't make him suffer through the Jason series. The greatest movie would be
how
Jason.
do you get to Jason X if you don't go through all of the
What
others?
about Freddy versus Jason?
You need to see him take Manhattan in order to get to space.
We need to see.
Listen, the only one we're not gonna make him suffer through is the rest of the Texas Chainsaw films because.
But he's gonna miss McConaughey and Zellweger.
Oh no, not that. Fuck that film. But the reason why is because most of them are just like a bunch of remakes anyway, so it's not worth it.
All of them are remakes, most part.
Yeah, so it's not worth it. Unlike the others, then that's also why we didn't do the other Exorcist films. But we'll do like the newer one at a later date probably, and. Maybe we'll have to do The Exorcist 2 just to get to Exorcist 3 because that one's actually a good film.
Mm-hmm.
Something like 2. I would like to see 2 again, so I wouldn't mind that.
Question: how do you guys feel about the trailer for for Frozen Empire?
I haven't seen it. No, I don't have time for trailers. You know, like
it's a sequel to Ghostbusters Afterlife.
okay, cool.
We're definitely gonna have to see it.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see all the Ghostbuster films besides 2016.
How many Ghostbusters there were before the apocalypse in 2016?
There's 4 now. There were 2 before that, but there's 4 in total now.
Oh,
one in production.
1 and 2.
No. There's 3 and 4 in production. All right, we're not counting that one.
I think I had seen 2.
Gotta
of
be
them.
completist though.
One of the first 2 movie they did. I don't know which one, but I think I've seen one of the 2 many years ago.
I might have seen the second because it came on TV a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Was there a big Statue of Liberty or no?
I can't remember. I was very young.
How do you forget? Ghostbusters 1 and 2 were both not bad. Afterlife was more of the payoff to an actual direct sequel because they always talked about a 3 in that series.
Yeah,
but they could never get. They could never. You know what the thing about 3 is? They could never get anyone either to greenlight the script they want because, okay, if he's not seen Afterlife, they're trying to build upon a plot.
Well, he hasn't seen any of them yet.
No, I haven't seen recent movies of Ghostbusters movies.
I mean,
have you seen the classic?
Yeah, I've seen one of the 2 classic ones.
Yes. But he doesn't remember anything about it. So
yeah.
I mean,
all right, we can watch those in the future.
Okay. So those aren't as bad.
Afterlife was all right. It was all right, but it was nothing special. Just it's a movie. That's all.
Coming next.
I'd be down to see that again. We should actually put that series on.
Yeah, it at least ruined the series.
That's
like
your pick for December, Gray, or you got other plans for December, Gray?
Sure, let's go with either Jason or that one. It's up to you.
Jason will definitely not finish all the films in time, so we'll just do the Ghostbusters one.
Ghostbusters, yeah.
Okay, so we can actually do, because you have 4 slots in December, like 1 each week. So we could do the 2016 one too and just do all 4 of them if you really want.
Hell yeah, I want to suffer through that awful movie to see for myself how bad this one is.
all the films we could watch, it's like we haven't.
All right, let's just watch 2016 4 times. It'll be good.
You know what? Can I make him? I would make you guys suffer through Eddie Murphy's The Nutty Professor.
Oh my!
He hasn't even seen like most of the top 250 films on IMDb or Letterboxd, but we're gonna watch Ghostbusters 2016. Hell yeah!
Hell yeah! That's the way to do it, guys.
Do you guys know how bad? Do you guys know how bad The Nutty Professor was?
I loved it, but I was a child.
Runaways or Helstrom.
Yeah. I mean, it was terrible, but I mean, it wasn't like. I mean, there's been worse films. I would say it's more like 2 out of 10 bad instead of 1 out of 10
Dave Chappelle, though.
Yeah, that and at least like the makeup, I guess, was all right. I mean. Again, it's terrible, but I wouldn't say it's like garbage. Like garbage would probably be the sequel, and then Norbit, which I actually like Norbit as a guilty pleasure because it's so garbage and does everything just like horrible that it's hilarious to watch. It is like so offensively garbage. I love it.
Okay, what about Shallow Hal?
Wait, which one?
Shallow Hal.
I don't remember that.
Shallow Hal? The Jack.
Yes, Shallow Hal.
Oh, that was interesting. The Gwyneth Paltrow, Jack Black one.
I actually haven't seen that film yet.
Ooh, we could watch a fat phobic series. We could go with the Nutty Professors, Norbit, and then Shallow Hal. Okay, that might be the series.
Yes.
Oh, if you have never seen Shallow Hal.
I ever need to throw like Click in there and other things, yeah.
No. Okay, let's go for December. If you haven't planned this out, go the Ghostbusters. Please just skip 2016.
No, 2016. We got to see that one. I want to see it for myself. But
you can see it.
Gray, So send us in DMs what you want for December. Now you got a bunch of ideas. So just let us know after the stream which one you'd like to have for
unless you
December.
want Ghostbusters for real, then we can just do that.
Yeah, that could be Ghostbusters as well.
Yeah, let's do Ghostbusters for real.
Okay.
We can skip 2016, but there's 4 good.
No, we gotta watch 2016.
Okay.
I mean, we can skip 2016 if,
No,
if there's
2016,
like any.
that's a must.
Okay, fine.
Oh.
Fuck it
I
out.
want to suffer through it.
I don't, but you know, I have things to live for. You know.
Okay. How do you? Her as an actor, I have never liked that person as an actress in
Melissa
anything.
McCarthy or something.
Yeah, there's something. She is. Okay, the only good part to that is Chris Hemsworth is the secretary.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, fair enough. Like, I mean, to be fair, I think
God,
the film
spoilers.
Yeah, but
Okay,
here's the thing. I think there were moments where I think the film had potential of having good moments. I think the biggest it's a terrible film, but I don't know if I would actually give it like a 1 out of 10. Once again, that would probably be more of like a 2 out of 10 film, because I think there were moments. I think the main thing that really made it like unbearable is the fact that in the film, like in the classic ones, there's a good balance, but in the new one with all the females, all of them just try to be funny. There's no like balance. They're all just trying to be funny, and not only do they fail, but it's just like there's no balance. So it's like that's what makes it so bad.
I want to see it. Maybe something will actually surpass Wakanda Forever in terms of bad movie.
So
yeah.
So what I think they tried to do is, I think the person who came up with that script, because it was so bad that the original cast, like Dan Aykroyd and I think the others, were like, burn this movie with fire, basically. Like they were they tried to okay, I'm gonna throw these creators a bone. They tried to recapture Extreme Ghostbusters.
I want to see that. That will be amazing.
Okay, Extreme Ghostbusters, right?
Yeah, we'll watch it. Okay,
you're gonna have to. It's not as bad. It is a good. It is a, you know. But I agree. I would rather skip 2016 Ghostbusters. As bad as it's not because it's bad. It's just because it's the spy. It is the Spy Who Loved Me. Not the Spy Who Loved Me. It's on Her Majesty's Secret Service in the James Bond series. Forget about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I will just say, can we go back to maybe just giving our Okay, but actually we already gave our grades for H2O.
The masterpiece that is Stream 6. I see the exact same grade as Evil Dead Rising, which makes me laugh because that was one of the worst movie we covered. That's like probably in the top 10 or 20 worst movie we covered. Evil Dead Rising, good memories, right? Okay, I will start on that one because I like to roast the shit out of it. As a funny side note, they did shot scenes at McGill University. I did recognize some of the building they showed. That was funny because I worked at McGill University for 4 years, so I was like, "Oh, that's the place! Oh, that's the place!" And then I was like, "Okay, that movie is shit." But anyway, first issue, too many characters, the girl being stupid to go in the dark alley, not funny. Dialogue: nobody calls the police when they barricade themselves. Plot convenience: they just happen to have a ladder in their room so they can escape. It's like, what? Who carry a damn ladder in their room? Like, maybe if they set up construction in that room or in that area, that would be more believable, but it's just a random ladder in the dorms. It's like, bro,
you don't have an escape ladder in your apartment? I was honestly gifted one. It was like a chain ladder, but they are a thing.
Okay. Okay. How don't you recognize most shows because they get shot in Canada nowadays?
Huh?
Most TVs, most movies are done in Canada, at least Vancouver.
Yeah, they're done in like BC
Vancouver,
and Vancouver
not
and
Montreal.
such, yeah.
I live in Montreal, my friend.
Well, they do in Toronto sometimes as well, but yeah, it's mainly BC and Vancouver, and they make places look like fucking Boston and New York and Chicago.
You know why it surprises me when they go in Montreal? Because I know how much construction there is where I live. My city is a nightmare for cars and stuff. So, like, having production being shot in Montreal is rare. Like, most of the time, production that are shot here are from Quebec, basically my province. So yeah, it doesn't happen often that these big Hollywood movies are being shot in Montreal. They are shot in, just like what Cole said, Vancouver, Toronto, and the other cities because it's easier to shoot there. But like downtown McGill University
there's
is
some
a nightmare.
tax stain as well in like Canada, but mainly BC, where it's like they, you know, like they would have to pay a lot to film in like US places, but in BC because of some like thing with it, it's like it's pretty much free.
Next up would be Ghostface was made incompetent for the reporter to run away. I didn't give a crap about Yale deaths since her character felt overused. Plot armor on everyone since they all survived way too long with a lot of blood loss. So these are my issues. There's still a few things to like. It doesn't redeem the movie, but hey, it's there. Lots of early deleting these people was entertaining. The parallel... Sorry about that. The parallel between both characters was interesting. Ghostface in the grocery store was entertaining. Dorm scene, the chase scene was entertaining. The fight was entertaining. Josh Shigara was amazing with his screen presence. The subway stab was entertaining, and that's it. Entertaining movie at best, but that was a shit movie. I truly hated it. Next, Cole, what did you think of the masterpiece that is Scream 6? Cole? Cole! You're on mute, bro, if you speak. Okay, maybe he has issues with his internet. So I guess I will let Tiama go next on Scream 6. What did you think of that masterpiece?
I didn't really watch it.
Oh, you didn't watch it? Okay.
No, that's one of the ones. No.
You didn't miss much. That was terrible. Gray, what did you think of that masterpiece?
So, I've got a lot of thoughts. I took quite a few notes on this, which, yeah, usually it's just kind of off the top of the dome, but yeah, there was so much to say here. So I thought the opening could have been really cool, like they were doing something different. So I actually really like the Scream series, and I like how they've done like this meta commentary on the whole scary movie slasher movie thing. They diverted in 5, and I was willing to say, you know, like, okay, they're just kind of doing that. Okay, it's a social commentary, but they really continued it and, like, I don't know, doubled down on it in 6. But that being said, the opening could have been like a new direction. It seemed like it could have been interesting. Like, okay, maybe it's going to be more of like a true crime thing. We know who Ghostface is from the beginning. Like, they've actually revealed this. Okay, that could be kind of fun. And then they immediately just do the same thing that they've done in the other ones, where it's like just to fake out that wasn't the real Ghostface. Ghostface is out there. I don't know. I really don't like that. It gave me some interest in what it could be, and then just, but it kind of gave away who it would be. So at the same time, now it's somebody who would have like the detective skills to actually know who would be planning this Ghostface murder. So I don't know. That just like put my 100% sight on like, okay, this has to be like a detective or something. So then they introduced the two characters, like the detective and Kirby, who's apparently not dead. She's back because reasons, but she's haunting Ghostface ISIS now, apparently. I don't know what that's about, but apparently there's a group of Ghostface that she's on the heels of now. So we might have that to look forward to in 7. But yeah, there's so much about this that I did not like. So like for no reason, there's a guy who gets Wednesday Addams' consent to like go up and drink more in his room, but her friends like all stop her, and then all of a sudden he gets super date rapey and gets tased in the balls. It's really weird. Like I don't know why that scene exists. I don't know. I guess I don't get the message that that's supposed to be. I really didn't like the rules scene. I thought that was just so over the top. Like now we're in a franchise. Where previously, like I really dug Randy's explanation of it. I even kind of dug that character in 5. She seemed like the stoner, like whatever movie buff. She replaced Kirby, who was the other movie buff, but now we've got 2 of them. I guess that was kind of cool when they competed back and forth for like movie knowledge. I didn't exactly hate that part, but I really hated that rules scene. And then, apparently there is now like a psycho killer gene that Sam has in this. I guess she had it in the last one because, again, she never like met her father, but she sees him and he's telling her to stab. That's just weird. And then Skeet's back, Skeet Ulrich. Why? I don't know. And again, she's never met him, so now he's not de-aged in this one, which is really weird. And it was super creepy when he was de-aged before. But
I can interject. So they try to put into place the whole Saw narrative. Even though the main character killer knows he's dying, he tries to create apprentices.
No, so that would be somewhat cool. No, they went back to like an exact same plot line from a previous Scream where it's the family of the previous killer. So no, like even that would be cool. That was kind of an internet theory that Sam is actually going to be the killer in this one. They did not do that. So it's just kind of super strange and it's super straightforward, but somehow Sam is still affected by Billy Loomis, the killer from the first one. He is her illegitimate father, so she somehow has the serial killer gene and enjoys it way too much. So it's just weird. It's just a side story that they don't really pay off on, except for they make her wear her father's costume from the first one for no reason, and then also grab her father's knife, which is still wet with blood for some reason, like 20 years later. I don't know why. Like if it's just blood, like wouldn't it be dried and not like red? And I don't know. It was just weird. And then they did something different with violence in this one. So before they, Wes Craven had like a rule that he only wanted violence to happen if you show that it's real. The people that are getting hurt have families, everything like that. So they took it very seriously before. And then in this one, when Gail's boyfriend gets killed, like, I don't know. They just said like all those muscles didn't help him, did they? And she's just like, no, they didn't. Like, I don't know. It didn't come off like she had any sort of emotion for that dude. And that being said, too, like the previous scene, the both men, so the detective guy and his son or whatever are in the park for the ruse where they're trying to find Ghostface. So the only one that could be who took out the boyfriend is the daughter. How the hell could she overpower that dude and then throw him through like a bookcase and a wall and everything? Like that whole thing doesn't match up. There's a previous scene where it is like the neighbor's point of view and he sees the daughter getting attacked by one of the Ghostface while she's on the phone with her father. So we would have technically all 3 Ghostface in that scene doing that scene for nobody. Apparently the neighbor only. Like it really doesn't make sense. Like a lot of this doesn't make sense when you look at it back, especially like a second viewing. The whole Kirby thing doesn't make sense to me. And then it all being about Richie and having him buy every piece of evidence from like every previous thing. So that he has this like giant theater full of everything. It just makes no sense. And then the whole reason for all of this happening, Scream 4 said that Stab has time travel Stab 5 has time travel in it, according to the start of Scream 4. So the whole reason for 5, the departure from the meta commentary to go to like this weird like social commentary that the fan is somehow just upset that Rian Johnson directed Stab 8 and that somehow ruined the franchise, even though it already had like time travel in Stab 5. That doesn't really make sense. So then the toxic fandom is the real killer, and they've decided that they must kill in reality to get the franchise back on. Then the fake Ghostface from the beginning of this, he wants to continue that movie. and somehow the father wants to also avenge his son to also finish that. Like, I don't know. It doesn't make sense. And then they have become the toxic fandom, and they spread internet rumors about Sam, about her being the actual, like, I don't know. I don't dig the commentary that this is going in. I really liked the direction they were before, when it was meta about like the actual horror film industry, about like slashers. They've kind of departed from that, and I'm not digging this direction that they're going. And they've kind of teased a couple different things that essentially, like, Stu Macher might be coming back. It is kind of interesting. They threw a line in there like, that's the TV that killed Stu. And then the other chick was like, if you believe that he's actually dead. So I don't know. I'm not sure if they're throwing the internet a bone on that or not, because in the other scene, they did have like a definitive 1996 as the death of Stu Macher when his picture was on the board. So I'm really not sure. And then the other part that sucks is, like, in 3, Gail wrote a book about everything that went on. So she would have recognized the mother of, now I can't remember his name, as the killer in 3, except for she went through heavy plastic surgery and lost like 100 pounds. Well, Gail just wrote a book about the previous incidents that happened in 5. So wouldn't she know Richie's family? Like, the dad didn't change anything. He is still that detective. He would have been that detective for a long time. It just feels that's super inconsistent and a weird plot hole that they literally took care of in 3. And then just there's so much plot armor for the core 4. Every one of them. Out of curiosity, do you think that Gail lived in this movie?
I can't remember. Did she die? I think she died.
She didn't. So there was a throwaway line at the end that, like, Gail is okay.
I want to forget
literally
this movie
everyone
happened.
lives. Literally everyone lives. Like, everyone gets stabbed. Gail gets stabbed a whole bunch. I can't remember both of their names, but the Wonder Twins, they both get stabbed a shitload. Wednesday Adam gets stabbed. Like, literally everyone gets stabbed, and nobody dies in this. The only ones that die are the bad people, and apparently the girlfriend of the one. I don't know.
For me,
like,
there's two Scream movie. The second and the third. The rest I'd rather
the
not
second and third,
So-
1 and 2 are so good.
so
3
I
is
hated
better
1.
than I remember.
I didn't
but,
like 1.
So they did the lightsabers are just a flesh wound thing.
yes, literally everyone gets stabbed. One of them literally gets stabbed, then the person like twists the knife, and then they lift it up like 6 inches into the person's like sternum, and then they're fine enough to like climb a ladder moments later. It's weird.
Or they were getting
So-
stabbed many times in the last
Yeah.
act, where they just run away and they
Okay,
get stabbed.
to be
stabbed,
fair, okay, let's throw actual biology a bone here. You could be like 50 Cent or Tupac before and get shot multiple times, but it all depends where you got shot. Same with getting stabbed. If you get stabbed in a certain spot,
They make sure to show exactly where one of the characters gets stabbed, and then she gets stabbed exactly in the same spot again. It's interesting, man. There are some scenes that I do like. So I do like the ladder scene. It was really tense. So granted, it does seem weird that they would have that ladder. The only thing I can think is it's an escape ladder for an apartment. That's not unheard
We
of,
don't
but
have
it's
that
weird as hell.
where
I agree.
live, bro. Like,
It's a plot convenience for sure.
and
So every escape ladder that I've seen is more like a chain link one that you can just kind of drop down. But that did seem that it was tall enough that it could have reached the ground from there. Maybe if I want to be generous, that could be what that is. But you're right. It seems weird, but he's able to put a ladder across, and it's kind of tense, you know. But again, like, it just, I don't know. It feels like a plot contrivance when, like, right before that, they were apparently doing this murder scene on the daughter for nobody's benefit. Like, nobody could see that. So I don't know. To me, it just feels strange. That being said, it was very tense, and then I didn't see the end of how that would go right as that happened. It was pretty brutal. I thought the bodega scene was pretty cool. I really liked the tension in that. It doesn't seem 100% accurate because, I don't know how common guns are in like bodegas or anything like that. From what I understand in New York, it's really hard to get a gun, but I don't know, maybe. But it was tense, and you get to see Ghostface with a gun for the first time. I kind of dug it. That wasn't a bad scene. Same thing with the subway thing. It was again really tense, and you kind of knew what was going to happen, but it was cut together really well. I like how there's two different subway cars going, and then they're doing the trick with the light. Like every time the light goes out, they get a little bit closer, and a whole bunch of different Ghostface. I thought that was handled really well. I liked those three scenes. Everything else I really didn't like. Like there's just so many plot contrivances. Like, okay, so this guy is really pissed off that his one son died. And then he watches what Sam does to his other two children. And he decides, instead of shooting her, to run at her screaming with his gun in the air, just going like, ah! Like that's his choice. And then he does that again moments later after he wakes up. And he wakes up and they don't take his gun away when he was out. But instead she gets into the Ghostface costume. But I don't know. Again, he doesn't just shoot her. Like, I don't know. This is, to me, is the weakest. There are moments of it where I was like, okay, this could be good. But when everything like comes together in it, I think it's even weaker than 3. After rewatching that, it's like, okay, there's kind of a reason for this. It's not my favorite, but I like, Patrick Warburton's take on that security guard. I like some of the characterization that's in there. I like some of the actors that are portraying them. I even kind of like this set piece at the end where I don't know, like every part of it feels cheap. And if you know like who the ghost faces are, it doesn't seem to work out. Like it just doesn't seem to make sense in any way. Like I'm seeing a bunch of weird plot holes in this. So I don't know. It's my least favorite of the Scream series, which I really liked up to this point.
After watching twice, it got worse. This is what you're telling us. Don't watch this movie.
It did, unfortunately. So I also watched this like when it first came out. And I didn't really remember much of it, but yeah, it did not do well. I remembered it more fondly.
And you know what makes me so sad? I think the grocery store scene with the gun was well made. It made sense that he didn't shot them, and it was believable that he didn't hit them with the gun. But then there's the rest of the stupid in the movie that I'm like, bruh, how they could be like thoughtful of that grocery store scene, but then there's a bunch of issues everywhere else. It's like all of their focus to make something believable went in one place, and all of the care was gone for the rest. That's all I see this movie and feel about this movie, and this breaks me, bro. I'm so sad. That grocery scene was amazing. I really liked it. So, Cole, what did you think of the wonderful Scream 6, if you're back?
Yeah, sorry, just give me 30 seconds.
Okay. So is there anything else you'd like to add as someone that has seen it twice, Gray?
I don't know. I really don't like the Sam... Is it Carpenter? I don't like that character. I don't know. Jenna Ortega, the sister of her, seems way more expressive. There's just, I don't know, something about her acting is just really off-putting to me. I don't know why. It kind of sucks. She just doesn't seem to be a sympathetic character to me.
My bad. Sorry, I've been having like headphone issues, so sorry. I don't know if you already asked me prior, like what my thoughts were on it.
No, you didn't. When I tried, you were not replying, so I was like, let's move on.
Okay, well, yeah, again, I don't know what audio issues I'm having today, but it's weird. But anyway, Scream 6, yeah, I'll just be short on this. Yeah, didn't like it. I thought it was a bad film, and Scream franchise, I have no hope for it anymore. First thing I'll start with is just like, this doesn't feel like Scream anymore. This feels like any other like cookie cutter slasher film. That's just whatever. It lost like the whole purpose and heart of Scream and like what it does, which Gray also kind of dived into as well. I didn't really care about any of the deaths or anything like that. I didn't really care about, like a lot of the scenes they attempted. Like, I thought that ladder scene was just stupid and it wasn't intense at all. It really lacks a lot of layers. As I think like other Scream films in the past had. And I just didn't like the performances really. And I thought, the editing at points was a bit choppy. Now, there were some improvements I had for it. Like I would say the visuals were an improvement from the fifth film, I do think, with the direction and cinematography. And I like Chad a bit more in this one. And music is okay. And some of the kill scenes were okay, I guess. Yeah, that's kind of about it. I just don't really care for it much anymore. And then there's just like tons of things in it that make no sense. It's sort of a mixed bag. Like I wouldn't consider this like a bad film objectively, but in a vacuum, but it misses the point kind of Scream and did a lot of things I didn't like, and just personally I really wasn't a fan of it. And it just feels like they ran out of ideas, so they're just like add a bunch of blood and kills like any other slasher film to make all the fucking Gen Z audiences happy who don't care about the originals. And sadly, it worked, at least for the beginning, because it got a bunch of positive ratings, just like the fifth, which have slowly gone down over time after the digital came out, and then other people saw it outside of them, which is good. But yeah, sadly, it's working because, you just, any shitty horror film just had a bunch of blood and kills, and yeah, they'll be happy, and they'll just be like, yes, slay queen. So yeah, that's my thoughts on it. This is just a disgrace at this point. They should stop making Scream films.
Well said, Cole. I cannot say better than this.
How can they stop when Ghostface ISIS is out there, apparently?
Jesus.
So I'd give this movie 3.5 out of 10, just like freaking Evil Dead Rising. That was a godly.
Yeah, I would give the same rating, 3.5.
What about you, Gray?
Yeah, I might even go. Yeah, I think I'd go 3.5. That actually sounds decent. We're all in agreement.
But mine is really low, like it's almost rock bottom. There's only H20 that is kind of worst. But yeah, coming next, Doctor Strangelove. Who wants to go first on that one?
I'll set it.
I mean, you want to go first?
Alright, let me go first. Okay, first you have to understand this movie is satire at its finest of old. Sorry, thank you. So this movie. Okay, I ask you this: how three of you were you familiar with this film prior to watching it?
Never seen it.
Pretty familiar.
I was very familiar. Yeah, I've seen it before. Really love it.
Okay. So if you've never seen it, it was a satire set during the Cold War. Kind of what would happen if there is a nuclear bomb. It's nuclear attack. What would happen, etc., etc. It's one of those films. It's satire, but it is also dark humor as well. In a what if. And that's, of course, the legendary ending. The whole thing sets up and ends in nuclear war. Because, you have, like, part of the film is serious. Like, oh, this could end the world. But then it's too late to realize it, and then the world starts to end. They go, and the guy who's like, well, yeah, we can just build a mine and live in a mine. Yeah, it actually has some real world stuff, but a lot of satire in it. A lot of dark humor as well as potential what ifs. Then again, that's why I like it. And you guys can go.
Yeah. Oh well. Yeah. I agree with you, and yeah, I really love it too. Like, for its time, like what it did with the satire and everything for its time is yeah, really well done. Like, probably like the first film to really like master that genre of film, just satire, like for its time. Like, because there's many films that have done it, but for the year it came out in, I think it's probably like the first, and yeah, revolutionized a lot of films after it. But yeah, I really love that. I love the dark humor. Thought it was hilarious, especially if you know a lot about the people they're making fun of, and that definitely also like General Ripper's dialogue as well. Just and all the real world events aspects to it as well. But I also really love just all the performances in it. It has so many performances, and they're all incredible in my opinion, especially the main performance. And yeah, I really love the editing in it. It did a great job of like the pacing and putting all the scenes together. And all the cinematography was great too. Yeah, I don't really have like any issues with this. This is kind of considered like one of the greatest films ever made because of what it did for its time and everything. And I would have to agree. Yeah, I really loved it. Really dug it. I feel like some people who watch it for the first time nowadays might not be as into it because of other films, what they do kind of nowadays with like satire elements with it. But I mean, for its time, yeah, this was just incredible. You can, I guess, go Gray.
Yeah. So the first time that I saw it, I totally didn't get it. I was probably way too young, and I don't know, it didn't capture my attention. So I watched it. I didn't quite understand like the satire that was going on. I didn't quite get the dark humor. But yeah, watching it again recently, I don't know. There's a reason why it's so iconic. The way that it's shot is just so amazing. The characters are just so amazing. Peter Sellers, like I don't know. There's just something about like his performance. It's over the top, but in a great way. And then Slim Pickens as well. Like there's just so many iconic things from this. I can definitely understand why I didn't appreciate it before, but there's just so much going on in this. There's a reason why it's so iconic, and it does come from an iconic director, so there's definitely a reason why there was the vision to make this happen. But I don't know, in somebody else's hands, I don't think this would be exactly what it is, and it's kind of an amazing work of art that I don't know, I guess it's not for everybody, but just I don't know. It's super impactful, and I don't know. I'm a big fan of it, but yeah, I can't exactly put my finger on like it's this scene that makes it like amazing. I don't know. I guess it's just kind of the whole tongue-in-cheek nature of the whole thing. Like I don't know. I really dig the film, but I got a feeling that a multi might have a different feeling on this.
This is funny because it kind of bred my mind. So if we were basing these review solely on how I felt and not really a like more objective approach to movie, I hated this movie. I didn't like it, but I did see the value of it, and it's not a bad movie. I just didn't latch onto it. I just didn't connect with it. And the biggest flaw of it for me, well, not a flaw, but more like something that put me off from the get go, it's in black and white. I struggle with black and white movies. So from the get go, it had that kind of bad taste for me. But I still think it's a good movie. So I only had 3 issues with it. The first issue, the characters were forgettable. There's not a single character that was like, oh, I remember this guy. No,
Really?
it's just a blank. Uh, I was just watching people talking, and sometimes I did laugh, and I was like, oh, okay, that's cool. Nice nod. But yeah, none of these characters were like, oh, I want to see that. No, I just didn't care. Next up would be the pacing. I thought the movie was too long, even if it was like an hour and a half something. I just looked at my watch many times throughout the movie. I was like, I wasn't entertained enough to say, "Oh, that's good. What's going on?" No, it's just people talking for like an hour and a half. Um, Next up would be the humor didn't age well all the time. As I said, I did laugh more than I didn't, but sometimes you're like, nah. Maybe it was funny in 1970-ish, but not anymore. Um, there's still a few things I did like about this movie. Um, the lore was cool, the acting was on point, the politic was cool, the war was entertaining, the movie felt grounded despite the satire. I admit I did laugh on the Coca-Cola company joke. Having only one side of the phone call was interesting. I left the movie open. It left the movie open to theory making. The theories on how the world would survive were entertaining. Overall, as I said, I don't think it's a bad movie. I just didn't connect at all with it. If that was only my feeling, I would say that movie is a 4, but it's not. I don't have much more to say. I will say my final grade I will really give to this movie would be 8 out of 10 because it's a well-made movie. And if my issues are nitpicks, then that's good. What about you, Cole? What would be your grade out of 10?
I'd give it a 10.
What about you, Gray?
I think I'd give it like a 7.5. His other films I think are a little bit stronger, so I'd want to save like the room to really show where I put those. That being said, it's not a bad film. I don't know that it's made for me. I'm kind of like amalgamating the couple different experiences I had with it, like before I really got it, just kind of my first impression with it, and then where I appreciate it now and how many times I've seen it parodied and just how legendary all the scenes are. That definitely boosts it up beyond like my first experience. But I think he improves so much later on. So I think I'd either go 7.5 or maybe an 8. But yeah, I just want to save room for the later films.
I feel you 100%. So, what would be your score, D Lord?
I would have to say, like, with it, it's definitely a 10 out of 10. It's one of those rare films that I agree with that it's not quite, because it's what you go in and expecting, right, of the films. Well, then again, we see it years later. I say it's 10 out of 10 because it is spoofed, as well as it is those nuclear what ifs. But then again, I'm also a sucker for historical films. And the sitting and talking in a room like Oppenheimer doesn't bother me. So, that should answer yours. Because, like, the other film that's similar to it, you probably wouldn't like it, is The Beach.
Yeah, like just as by the sound of it, maybe they are going on the beach and talking on the beach. That looks boring as
no, that's what it is. But The Beach is the other from that era. What's that other made for the TV? The Day After. There was a movie.
I believe. I mean, are you talking about that one or something else?
God, what was the movie? And it's gonna bother me because in that era, we had like 3 or 4 different films. It had the Third Rock.
After.
It had the day. It had the actor. I swear to God, it had the actor from Third Rock from the Sun.
Lithgow?
Okay.
It'll bother me. No, but it's a film. There were films made in that era about what would happen during nuclear war, like The Beach.
I know which one you're talking about. I just
though.
Yes, the name of it is in my mind. I just don't know it 100%, but I know which one you're talking about. And from that era, the one that's received really well. I wish I knew the name of it off the top of my head, though. Like, I think it's
gonna bother me too. It's very made for the era,
Because The Beach is the other really good one too.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying. Let's see. I think
The Day After. I think that's what it is. It is called The Day After.
Okay. Oh, so that is the one you're talking about.
It
Okay,
is.
so
It is The Day
1983.
After. Yes.
Okay. I thought you were thinking of something else, but okay.
Day After. Yes.
So we are now on the next topic. I'm wondering if no, actually, I know Gray haven't seen it, but yeah, Gray, what do you have going on your channel?
Not a ton. Sorry, my dogs are barking right now. On Fridays, Tiamat and I usually go through the news. It'll probably be at a different time this week, but I think that's about the next thing I got going on.
And I'm wondering, have you seen anything else this week? Gray, no.
Unfortunately, I haven't. I just took a look. I missed the other 5. I was supposed to see The Killer, and I just spaced it.
That's a good movie. I'd recommend it highly.
I really wanted to see it.
That's one of my favorite movie ever.
Damn.
So yeah,
I think I really need to see that one.
you also need to see Triangle of Sadness. That's like a masterpiece, and that's one.
Okay, you got to see Jason X.
You know, I would say a curveball if you really want to review an interesting series. Love, Sex, and Robots.
Okay.
Well, I mean,
I liked that one.
Yeah, that's a show that we could definitely watch in the future. Like again, it depends. After we get done with
Yes.
all the superhero shows we're on right now, and then after we do the MCU, we're gonna still do like other superhero and comic book like movies and shows in those spots, but we'll probably then like leave some open for other shows, maybe.
Yeah.
Depending on things, so we can maybe cover it then.
Yeah, because there's a big planning. Usually we do the planning, Gray, Cole, and DC and I, because we are the regulars. But if eventually you join us as a regular, you could surely add more to.
I wouldn't leave you with a suggestion I wouldn't watch. I jokingly say it because like I do have stuff I watch, like some stuff I'm familiar with, like I've either seen it or done it. Like if a film series gets too long or too bad, I just don't watch it anymore. Like it's just like Scream's one of those things. Like if a film is that bad, I won't rewatch the sequels. Like it's just. But
That's
then again,
Wait, you didn't watch the 15 Children of the Corn sequels? Wow.
you know, every so often there is an occasionally good remake of that. Occasionally, which
I think they're all bad besides the first.
it's still a screwed up premise, to be honest with you. Like you can relaunch. Like here's a rule: if you're going to relaunch something, whether it be for an IP, what was your guys' opinions of the Batman?
I liked it, but I've seen it like 5 times last year in the theater. I really liked the crap out of it. I didn't approach it with the intent to like tear it apart like I do right now on the podcast with every other movies, but I think that was my favorite.
I liked it, Yeah, I mean, I had some issues with it, but overall, I thought it was great. I would say it's better for sure than all the other DC films before then around that time. But that's not saying much.
I'd say I still had a few issues here and there, but these issues didn't take away much. I really like the Batman a lot. Anyhow, D-Lord, have you seen anything else on today's listing of topics?
I have seen, like, I am familiar with the Runaways, but I'm more familiar with the Runaways comic.
How was that? You have read the comic. How was that?
Wasn't bad. Very YA comics.
How was the dialogue?
It's like what you expect. It
Like-
was absolutely made for YA readers.
Okay.
Think of the dialogue. It has about the levels of dialogue of like Maze Runner or Twilight, but a little bit better.
Okay.
It is definitely like in a character like Midnight Sun, like see in the game Midnight Sun, one of the characters is from the Runaways.
To give you an idea, like I remember one scene that really sticks in my mind. There's a character that ends someone's father life, so they basically delete that father, and then the scene right after, the person asks the other person, "Are you mad?" It's like, bruh, you just deleted her father, and you explain what?
You're talking a series that is very wide. It was targeted for a YA audience. That you got to take a lot of these series as, if you look at a book as a side book, that's what it was. Because that's the whole thing. It's like, remember what I said about Invincible? Invincible, parts of it have aged well, parts of it haven't. So if you have a chance to redo it, better, so do it be, and so do it. Because like The Boys is another one. The Boys comic was dark satire. There's a moment, if they do choose to do it, they're going to have to execute this very well when Homelander finally snaps.
Okay.
But I will say this, and this is not spoilers because they've already screwed this up. They've already screwed up and changed Black Noir. Which,
So, D-Lord, what do you have going on your channel?
I just
if
work
you
with
got the
Gray.
channel?
I just have to work. I just work with Gray at the moment. And then I have at least nothing. Me and Gray are trying to get a series of specials. He's been probably sick. He just got a brand new computer. So we can, he can, I'm hoping finally he gets to editing. Me, I'm just been
Hoping to do it tonight.
Maybe, because I have a special on. We're going to try to do a comic special penciled in, but definitely we have something on the update on the Eric July lawsuit stuff. But
That's funny. I just think that kind of stuff is funny because he didn't thought he could get sued for using someone else's name, brand, whatever. That's always fascinating.
It's a little weird, right? Because I'll go into it there. Because what I deal with when I either watch a show, sometimes I'll watch stuff. I just don't consume something I know I'm not going to enjoy. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I like that approach. Like, I like to tear stuff apart, and I like to roast the crap out of stuff, but I fully understand why other people are not really into that kind of stuff.
You have to... There's something about love or hate what YouTube happened. I watched like Heels versus Babyface, Nerderotic, all of them. If I have to hate watch a show to get something, no. I watched the Halo TV show. I knew it was probably going to be a dumpster fire. I wanted to see what they were going to do with it. But then again, I like weird stuff. Like, I actually was one of the few around me that enjoyed the Batman. It has a little bit of Hush in it. It has a little bit of No Man's Land. It ends with No Man's Land. And then it sets up the Long Halloween. That is 3 complicated stories.
Usually, like, I like to watch stuff, specific stuff, like comic book stuff. I like to watch that. And if it's bad, I like roasting it, so I will still keep watching. But I'm not driven into like watching something random like Robin Hood, the popular stuff that Babyface is doing. I would never get into that show because it just doesn't interest me at all. But
I was going to suggest that one next.
But it's shot in Canada.
Are you serious?
But it's shot in Canada. You should enjoy it.
No.
It's great.
So if Dre really suggested, we can
No,
eventually get
don't.
into it.
Don't. This is
But
not cool. No, but like that's why I ask what people like about the Batman, and it's gonna be very curious with what they do. Because I was familiar with some of the stuff going in. Because it was a different take on Batman. It's more noirish. He's having to solve something. The Long Halloween is actually a really good storyline. Very kind of dark, and it ends ambiguously. Hush is another really good one. If you guys ever read the graphic novel, there's a DC film of it, like probably 2 parts of it. Same with The Long Halloween. The idea that I was actually surprised they kind of threw in the No Man's Land, that is an obscure work that takes place post-Cataclysm, where an earthquake strikes Gotham, devastates Gotham, and of course this is in a universe they know about Gotham. The federal government isolates Gotham for many reasons.
No Man's Land, this is what they're talking about, right?
No Man's Land, yes.
Yeah.
No Man's Land is basically where the city, post a major earthquake, gets carved up by the criminals, and the government's trying to decide what to do with it because you know why. It's Gotham City, home to the most dangerous criminals in the entire world.
Yeah.
So they set up 3 potential plot lines. Now, do they pursue The Long Halloween? Theoretically, that's what they're going to do. Because you saw the sorry.
Oh, I will let you move on. You were about.
So
to say
they set up The Long Halloween. They also teased Hush. But they kind of closed it as well.
But like the Gotham TV show, I don't know if you have seen it, but we covered it last year actually, and season 5, I think they did adapt No Man's Land, or a variant of it at least, and I really liked that aspect. Was it a perfect season? No, by any means, but that was still a solid season that I liked. So I really want them to adapt like No Man's Land, maybe make better version of it, of what Gotham tried to do. I mean, it's most likely going to be another 3-hour flick because the guy has vision. So maybe we will have a bunch of stuff in it. That's why it's like 3 hours. Like Act 1, you got like No Man's Land. Act 2, you got like Ush or I don't know what. And like Act 3, maybe something will like make everything make sense or something like that.
Hush, you would have to have a storyline. Like, are you guys, you others, familiar with Hush?
The only extent I'm familiar with is what the Gotham TV show did, because I will be honest, like I eventually I will have a collection of comics, but right now I don't have any, so I'm kind of only aware of what shows and movies did. So
Okay.
Gotham did a take on Ush. And
no, well, okay. To fully do Hush, it is in graphic novel form at this point. Same with No Man's Land is a really weird one because that is odd. But The Long Halloween is also really legendary as well. Because you see the premise. The Waynes weren't the saviors that Bruce thought they were.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's what happened with
it's literally called, it was a year-long event. Bruce gets charged with murder. And it goes from Halloween to Halloween.
Okay, that's interesting.
That's the idea. And there's a thing in there that it goes through, Batman's going through his rogue gallery,
He's trying to clear himself of murder. His family history is being brought up. It's along the kin. That's what they're trying to go for. Because that's why I say because I saw something. Now that the SAG strike's over with, they're moving forward with Batman 2. Or continuing it.
I cannot wait, to be honest. I really like the Batman.
See,
Anyhow, that was the tangent. Now we will start to talk about the killer movie. If guys want to stay, guys can stay, but we may spoil it if you ever
Yeah,
had
I think
access to
I
it.
gotta see it for real. But thanks for having me, guys. This was awesome. I really appreciate it. Fun discussion as always.
I
Have
will
fun
let,
talking about the greatest movie ever. Apparently,
I
need
will
to see
let
it
you
next
go.
week.
Maybe not the greatest, but like top 5. Top 5 easy.
Wow.
I don't
The
Okay.
greatest
spoil it.
remain Triangle of Sadness. That remains my favorite. But anyhow, thank you a lot, Gray. Have
Yeah,
a
for
great
sure.
day. Take
Yeah,
care,
you guys
and we
too.
will talk later.
And I'm sorry, I must dip out. Sometimes
That's
I am
fine.
available, sometimes I am not. I will give you a heads up ahead. But
Perfect.
it's been fun chilling. I'm not that. and
You're
apologize.
always welcome. That was fun talking to you.
I actually have my knowledge base is vast. So I sometimes view things. That's why I say some of the stuff you talk about, I'm familiar with it and I try to keep up. But I try not to be a consumer, okay? Consumerism is bad.
Okay. I can
But
see. I can see the reasons. I
and
totally
I
understand.
I will pick on Gray for look, Patrick, the inside joke is he likes She-Hulk. He didn't see anything bad with it.
I know.
Pat,
That's the inside
Pat
joke.
Gray loves Filma.
Gray loves Velma. Okay.
So if you ever hear that, I bring that up because I'm just like, you poor sod.
And what up?
Anyhow, thank you a lot for joining us today, D
You're
Lord.
good. Anyway,
Have a great day. Take care, and we will talk later.
see you.
So, we went on a Batman tangent, and now it's
Yeah.
the killer. So, what did you think of the killer?
Yeah, well, first I'll probably say I don't want to say everything you want to, but I might have to go in like around 34 minutes, so let's try to like
Oh
I guess
my. Okay.
yeah,
I will
something
be fast.
came up. I need to like help a couple friends with something. My bad, but so the killer though, yeah, I don't really understand, some of like why this has some fairly low ratings online on sites for a David Fincher film. Like it has a 6.9 on IMDb. It has just lower ratings than usual. It's like I understand maybe it's like not the most like layered film out of like with like intellectually like what to get out of it underneath for like a David Fincher film and and with the characters, but I mean I still don't get it and some of these low ratings everywhere. Like it was still, in my opinion, a greatly made film. God, like even one of my favorite reviewers gave it like a 4 out of 10, which I don't get it. It's like I thought it was shot and lit very well. I thought the performances were all really well done. I thought just like the concept and like how they adapted it from the comics or the graphic novel, I mean, was really well done. And I think it's just like a very interesting concept that it tackles, and it does it in like sure a basic like sort of like linear way, but it's sort of like one of those films where it's like a filmmaker like David Fincher is like, I just want to kind of like test things out and my filmmaking and everything, and with just like a more like grounded project. And I mean, I think it worked great. I mean, all the scenes were so thrown to me and like what would happen and such, like at certain points of time. Like sure, the main character, like it never felt like he was in danger, but I don't think that was kind of the point. I think the point was, like on the edge of your seat, like what he'll do and everything. I thought they did that really well. Sorry. I thought just like all the supporting characters are, that show up were well acted and everything. I thought the locations were great and the music was great and with the setting. I thought the sound design was just like any David Fincher film, fantastic as always, and with the editing and everything. And Michael Fassbender did a good job as well in the lead, even though he didn't talk much like with his character in scenes outside of like talking over it, kind of poetically. The last shot of the film didn't really care much for, but yeah, I mean, I like the ending. I don't. Some people, thought the ending was a bit disappointing. I mean, I really didn't, and I thought they explained it well. Like maybe it could have been like executed better, like how they filmed it, like more intensely, maybe. But I didn't really care about that as much. I just thought it was well done, and to ask though, like why he didn't shoot the guy at the end, like outside of any like character things like throughout the film, like why he didn't. He still probably would have shot him. The reason why he just didn't is because he had like the thing in his mind, whether he would or not with certain characters throughout the film, and trusting them or not. But what made him go through with it is just them knowing, where he lives and everything, like the taxi driver and everything. But that guy at the end didn't, so that's why he decided not to. But yeah, again, it isn't the strongest David Fincher film. Sure, it isn't like amazing in my opinion, or in a lot of people's opinions, I guess. But I mean, I thought it was still great, and I'm really glad I saw it. Very enjoyable film, and yeah, and I guess Multi loved it a lot, so maybe he'll rewatch it and in the actual quality.
Yeah, I will rewatch in the future for sure. So I'd say as the first side note, the second one is for right after I talked in length. But my side note is outside of the silencer trope, the movie was very grounded. Silencer in real life don't really totally suppress the sound. It only lowers the louder sound and hides the flash. And outside of that trope, that movie was well made. It was very realistic, very grounded. But that's the trope, so I didn't hold it against the movie because
Yeah,
it's
well,
not everyone.
I don't think it was. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think it was like fully saying like it, it completely silences it, because I mean, I think they showed in the scenes, like.
But even with the sniper, bro, it just doesn't work like that. But anyhow, as I said, I didn't.
What he did was he did it, and the reason why he did it with like the sniper and everything is just so it takes him a while for him to then get away eventually, to not know like where it came from because of like hiding the flash and some of the sound and everything. That's why.
Yeah, but like you shot with the sniper and didn't make enough noise. But as I said, I didn't hold it.
Well, I mean, it probably did over there. It's just he was far away, so that's why. But over there, it probably definitely made enough sound.
Yeah. Anyhow, I didn't hold it against the movie because that's something everyone does. I think what makes that movie stand out, first of all, is the monologue giving insight into the character. Usually, I'm not into monologue, but here he doesn't have any character to interact with, so that monologue felt needed to understand the character, and it was well made. It was well written, and I liked it. So props on that. Usually, I don't like monologue, but here it makes sense. The humor was on point. There were a lot of really funny and dark scenes at the same time, which is wonderful. The other thing I liked, fight choreography was on point, and I really enjoyed the fact that he took on a guy way stronger than him just because he was smart at using his surrounding, and he was using several things to like hit the guy over and over again. And at no point I felt like these characters had plot armor, despite them packing lots of serious damage. So that was well made. I really like that. So I won't spend too much time on that because I know you have limited time, and I will try my best to go over everything.
I mean, if you're gonna spend like some time on one of these topics, this and Agents of Shield, go ahead. The other two, I don't think we need to spend much time on.
Yeah. Yeah. So the next thing is the music and atmosphere on point. Anyway, I think this is my third favorite movie we covered. It's right behind Gran Turismo. This movie is more story driven. That's why I liked more Gran Turismo, because Gran Turismo is character driven, and you know me, I like character driven stuff. So this is my third favorite movie we ever covered on this podcast, and
Wow.
I really like that a lot. I had no issue whatsoever.
I was
No
gonna say you like
issue.
it more than all the other David Fincher films. Wow.
Yeah, that's my favorite. Like I have no issue. Like the only thing I had is like the side note I gave you, and I didn't hold it against the movie because I know it's not everyone that is aware that silencer don't fully suppress sound. But I think it was just a well written movie, a good script, a good script, a good dialogue, and a good everything on point. Um, you know me, I would pick it apart even if we don't have much time. So 10 out of 10 for me. What about you?
For me, this is an 8 out of 10, and I don't get the low ratings with it on sites. I don't like, even if you don't think this is like the greatest David Fincher film. Like, I don't understand some of the low and polarizedness from other people. I like, when I'm sure like that one reviewer that I usually tend to agree on, and that is one of my favorite. Again, he gave it the 4 out of 10, so I'll probably like watch his name when it comes out, and try to like understand their like opinion and perspective on it, and like what they didn't like so much about it, I suppose, and see. But yeah, I mean, I think I think it at least deserves like a 6 or 7, even if you weren't like a huge fan of it. But that's just my opinion, I guess. But anyway, which topic next?
Runaways season 3. You know what's funny? I forgot
Okay,
if I mentioned it.
I'll be quick. Oh
Okay,
yeah,
I will
go.
let you go first. Oh, okay. I
No,
will
no,
let
no.
you.
What
Okay.
did you forget to mention?
You know what's funny? I can't remember if when we talked season 2 I said that funny thing, but if I didn't, then cool. If I did, I will repeat myself. This show has way too many character, but hey, let's add more to the mix because we are stupid writer.
Yeah. You said this, and yeah. So season 3 again, worse than season 1. Not as garbage as season 2, but this was still terrible, in my opinion, especially near the beginning of this season. Yeah, characters all suck, and there's so many of them. Writing sucks. I do think the filmmaking and some of the things with the powers and stuff was a bit of an improvement in this season for me compared to season 2, but not by much. But that's the one thing that kind of like raises it a bit for me. But yeah, technical aspects still kind of suck, and yeah, I don't understand why people enjoy this. I understand like it's made for a younger audience, so they might but even then, like there's so many better like comic book and superhero stuff for younger like teens to watch that they would be more into, and that try to do similar things like that. Like I can't wait for that Runaways or like Stargirl thing you do, whatever it is. But yeah, that will be good. But anyway, what about you?
Okay, that was awful. This season was as bad as one. I will be honest, I forgot to mark down any deeper grade about the overall season, so I will only go on a guess what I would give. I think that was actually maybe slightly worse than one. Anyhow, the worst episode was episode 6. That was godly awful. The one where the purple-haired girl meet the perfect mate for her, and there's a stupid love triangle that I really hate so much. Why? I truly hated purple-haired girl, and when she died, I felt nothing because she's an awful character. And yeah, she doesn't stay dead long. They bring her back with the last episode, and it's really stupid. Here they added a new witch character. I truly hated. Like every character sucked. This show is bad. This show is just poorly handled. So many things happen and it doesn't make sense. So episode 6 is one of the worst episode this show had. Like, I have a block of issue. Like, I gave 2.5 out of 10. That was atrocious to get through that. Outside of that, the last episode was fine because it gave Nico some growth, but even there, it's like a really bad episode among many bad episodes. The lore was fine, but nah, this show is just bad. It's just bad. I got so many examples, but we don't have time for all of the example of how bad
Yeah,
this
I'm sorry
season
for
is.
this, but goddamn, I have to go in like 20 minutes. Holy fuck,
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. This is
So I will give season 3 probably a 3 out of 10, maybe
yeah,
a 2.
yeah, that's about right. I gave season 1 like a 3 out of 10. I gave season 2 like a 1 out of 10. I'll give this like a 2 out of 10. And I'm glad we're done with this shitty show. And again, I'm sorry that I'm like rushing you. If you want next week at the beginning, if you have like more you want to go in depth with any of these shows, go ahead.
I want to forget about these two, Helstrom and the other one. I want to forget about
let's get
these two.
Helstrom out of the way.
Yeah.
I don't know what the show was really like going for. Really, like this was just horrible. Like I like that they tried making a show like this and like adapting, like the stories they did, tried doing something like this, but it just failed. Like, you know what would have been better?
What?
If they made a bunch of like, if they tried doing some like werewolf by night or whatever it's called thing that at Marvel did, like tried doing some a bunch of like short stories instead with these characters. I think that would have been better.
Yeah. You know what makes me very sad? The lore was cool. The idea was great.
Yeah, because the comics are kind of cool, but this was just terrible. Like the acting, I thought the acting was going into it would be kind of, even though they're not like any big name actors, it looked like it could be good from what I've seen in the clips and screenshots. But holy fuck, they were terrible.
And what makes me sad is it felt like a bad version of Constantine. You remember the show we covered? I thought the show was average.
Was already not good, so that says something. Like, and also this does what it, this puts like just like a dark filter on things in like such a cheap way. Like, how people do like good lighting with stuff, and when
the
it's, like,
lightning was godly awful in Helstrom. I wanted to die.
It was like digital lighting. It's like it's like you could tell in certain like nighttime scenes that it was actually daytime, but they put a dark filter on it. When they're outside, and then other moments like holy fuck, especially with like fire scenes, like holy fuck, it was terrible. It looked ugly. This whole show was ugly. I didn't care for anything in it. This was to me as bad as Runaways season 3.
But yeah, really?
You can continue now.
That's surprising. So I didn't thought it was as bad as Runaways season 3, but what breaks me is the lightning, bro. It's like, what the fuck? What were they thinking? Really? It ruined the show for me so much. And as I said, it felt like a bad Constantine. Constantine, the perk of Constantine is having Matt Ryan Constantine. He was amazing. I liked his performance, the character, in a really cool universe. Okay, the show wasn't great. It was average at best. But now we get like a rip-off of Constantine, but with characters I don't really care much about. And the actors, they did their best, but they were given shit material. And like the brother and the sister, they were somewhat likable. They were cool, but the rest of the cast, I didn't care. All these supporting characters, the villain, everyone else outside of the brother and the sister, I didn't give a crap. So this was a piss poor characterization of everyone outside of the brother and the sister. And at first, the sister kind of got under my skin, but later on, I started warming up to her, and I was like, okay, she is into a character arc. That's why she's kind of annoying. And I like that character arc. They know how to do freaking character arc, but then they do stupid mistake where one of the character growth moment is brought by a stupid moment. So I gotta find that perfect example, but I'm trying to find where exactly. So that was, oh yeah, I've seen it. So character growth went against story logic. The guys right there should be a murder investigation, but hey, now I support and help you because I learned and grew as a character. It was really stupid. That moment where he decides to cover up that murder, I'm like, nah, it doesn't add up. It doesn't work. It's stupid. It's brain dead. So that moment was really off-putting for me. Now, the rest of the show, that was fine. Another issue I had, episode 9 and 10. I feel like episode 8 could have been an amazing closure. But they had that 10 episode run they needed to get through. So they added stuff by the end of episode 8 to like force a ninth and a 10th episode. They were not good episodes. So not only you ruin what could have been a good ending to the show, but you added 2 really bad episodes on top of that. With more trash lightning, bad camera work. The music was good. I liked the music. I think Ulu knows how to use music to add to the story because they did that with Runaways as well. They did well. They picked the music well, but that's one of the few things they get right. They get everything else wrong. The story feels stupid sometimes. We got like generic villain with the Blood Tribe. I was like, bro, that girl is like one-dimensional villain. Oh, he is dangerous because he is his father's son. End my life, please. So the more I think about that season, the worse it gets. Here again, I didn't have time to mark down a overall grade for the entire season, but I think I would give like a generous 5 out of 10 because I still think it's better than Inhuman, better than Runaways. It's like on a par of like Arrows when it was bad. That's to put it lightly. So yeah, what would be your grade out of 10? I think you already said it, but I forgot.
2.5.
2.5. Okay, very interesting. So now, Agents of Shield season 3, the last
I'll let
topic.
you go first.
I sadly didn't have time to rewatch the entire season. I've seen most of the third season, but I still remember very well what's going on in the third season, and I still remember very well what were my issues. I like the first half. Like the first 11 episodes are rock solid. They are like the jam. They are really good episodes.
Season 2 for me, actually. Like the first half, yes, but then the second half, like it's honestly kind of the same for me. Like there was a lack of consistency and unfocusedness as well, just like in season 2. It's like, and you start to feel this a bit because of changes they have to make with the MCU and this no longer being like canon to it.
Yeah, and like this will get worse with season 4 because this season 4 is really the season where things go really sideways.
Yeah, but again, what I will credit is the cast, though. I still think they did a great job. I like the cast.
Yeah, so like I really liked Lash as a villain for the first half. Brent Ward, I felt he was overused again, even if I liked his character arc and how he became that threat to threaten the entire cast and have that more personal villain, and it got really personal there. I really liked that aspect. That also reflects very well with like season 1 when it was nothing personal. It like Ward had nothing against Shield, but now he has something against Shield because of season 2. So that was a great mirror. That was a great end of a story arc. But I still feel like it was a bit overused. Maybe it should have been like a somewhat of a villain for like the first 5-ish episodes, 6 episodes, and then boom, you close the book with that. The true issue with season 3 is the back half. Malik or whatever, he is a generic Hydra guy. He has powers. and he wants more power. That's boring. Like they don't even try to flesh him out at all. Um, the new parasite that took over Grant's body was cool in terms of powers, and I think he has somewhat charisma, but I think that was most likely like the actor doing really good job with really bad material, because I don't think that parasite was that amazing of a villain. Um, so yeah, that feels very weak. Um, and like season three, it feels like a watered down version of what was season one and two. We still have really great character moments. One of my favorite episodes was in season three, and it was parting shots. And I remember this episode being one of my favorites in the entire show when I've seen the show for the first time last year. And I had time to rewatch that one, and I liked it. That was a great episode. What did you think of parting shots? That was 13, the episode in Russia where they disavow Bobby and Hunter.
I like those. And again, I like the villains in this one. I liked it more than season two.
And what makes it very interesting is they knew that Bobby and Hunter, their character arc, were over. That's why they wanted to get rid of these two characters. Because I said that Bobby wasn't great in season two. I thought Bobby was better in season three. She was improved on, and I liked that aspect a lot. That was wonderful. Um, they added more to May. That felt like a season for May, and the setup for Daisy, aka Sky, to split with Shield because of Magnetic Guy is wonderful. Because season four we pick up, like the start of season four is wonderful, but that's the back half of the issue. But um, her character arc is her basically reverting back to what she was before the show started, and that was wonderful. That was great with season four. So the build up to this with season three was really cool. Another minor issue: time travel. They plan to see. They throw a bunch of theories out there, and this episode about time travel was one of the weakest. Um, and we also had another episode I wasn't a fan of, the Inside Man. I had so many issues with that episode. It wasn't a bad episode per se, but you can already feel that the show is like a shell of what it used to be. Um, so based on that experience, we also got like, another great episode, also of Parting Shots. The episode centered around Gemna on the other planet. I always think that episode is one of my favorites in the show. That one is a great episode. I really liked it. What did you think of that episode? I believe it was episode 5 or so, where Gemini's stuck.
Oh yeah, that's probably, you said episode 5, right?
Yeah, that's when we get to learn what happened with Gemna on the planet, and she get to meet the other guy. And
oh yeah, okay, so that was 4,722 hours, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, out of all the episodes, that's probably my favorite. And it's not a big surprise though, because that's the highest rated online.
Yeah, that was an amazing episode. I really liked it. That's one of my top episodes. Like with Parting Shots, I still think Parting Shots was better. But
well, it's one of the top rated episodes in the show's history. I will say that, just going off of like online, I will say the that's ranked, I believe, number 6, and the top 5. Number 5 was season 1, episode 17, Turn, Turn, Turn. If you remember that one.
Yeah, I can see why, but that's not mine.
Compromised by like that old, the enemies, I guess. But the 4th one though is season 2, episode 22, which I believe was the finale.
One of my favorites.
The other, and then the other 3 though, I won't say what they are, but I won't say I won't say what they are, but I'll say what seasons they were.
I can guess one of these. One of these is from season 7, right?
Yes. Okay. Well, I'll just say it since you kind of already seen the show anyway.
Yeah.
It's season 7, episode 9. That's ranked number 1.
Yeah.
Season 4, episode 15 is ranked number 2, and then season
Really?
7, episode 13 is ranked number 3.
I am surprised about the 3 and 2. I'm not surprised about 1, but I'm surprised about 2 and 3.
Well, you didn't like the final fight that they had in 13?
That was season 6, right?
Season 7.
Oh, season 7.
Against Chronocoms or whatever, the final fight
Nah.
there.
I think season 7 only had one standout episode, and that's episode 9.
Yeah.
That was the only standout episode in season 7. I won't say season 7 is that bad. Like, season 7, based on what I remembered, was average at best. While season 4 was also average, but had a godly awful back half.
Yeah, but I mean, I believe the season 4 episode, though, that's ranked number 2, like, isn't that the one where... Do you remember what that's about? Because I think that's, like, has something to do with, like, people not being, like, real or something.
I think this was I think that was like one of the parallel reality where
Okay.
they were like
okay, yeah, I searched it up. Yeah, I think you're right. It was the one where it's like two characters are like trapped in some reality thing where they don't know like who's real and which ones are like LMDs.
I think I know. Yeah, I think I know which episode they refer to. Actually, this one, if it's the episode I think it is, that's actually the only good episode in the back half of season 4.
Well, yeah, when it's the second highest, I guess that's why, because they're like, oh my god, finally a good episode.
If this is the episode I think of, that episode has a really great and sad ending.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I remember it. But maybe I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, then I don't know why, but I think this was one of the top. There were also like another episode later on in season 4 where they did some interesting thing, but the rest is just so bad. Season 4 back half is just terrible.
Yeah, I'm scared to revisit it. Again, I've watched the whole show, but I don't remember much about it at all, so I'm scared.
I do remember in detail why I hated so much back half. I will try my best to rewatch, but you said like there are 3 hours movies, so I don't know how much I will be able to rewatch. But
yeah. So I mean, listen, don't worry with it being season 4. Like it's okay. You can take a bit of a break that week.
Well, if I make it in time, I will rewatch with fun. Like I enjoy rewatching even like bad shows. I'm fine rewatching bad shows, but especially if we can roast it after. That's funny.
Much, yeah, but anyway, yeah. I mean, to be fair though, I mean, I feel bad for the show because it isn't their fault that the show just gets worse and worse as it goes along. And after the first 3 seasons, it's the change with like the MCU. Like, so because of that, they lowered like the resources and good writers, I believe, like left, and they had to like make a lot of changes because of the swap and with them screwing up their plans.
Yeah. Well, season 5 goes off the rail fast. Even last year, I was like, this one will be terrible.
Well, I will say I don't remember anything about 6, so that will be fun. I remember some like 5 and 7, but not 6.
5 as freaking time travel. That's a trash story.
Jesus. Okay.
Season 6 also has time travel, but
nice,
it's not.
Do some Loki shit. Nice. Yippee.
It's not as bad, the time travel shit in 6, but 6 has just so many really bad shit. It's like, no. 6, like, that was the first time they had a lower run, and they didn't know what to do with 13 episodes, so they're like, oh, we will have that messy storyline. That's fine. It's sad and laughable, but I cannot wait to revisit that. I hope I get the chance to rewatch season 4. Anyhow, what would be your grade out of 10 for season 3?
I'll give this a 7.
So that's your favorite season so far, because I remember you giving 6 to 1 and the same to
Well,
2.
I wanted to make sure I wasn't rating them too high, but I mean, if I would have to like change, I mean, season 1, I'd probably give like a 7 or 7.5, and then season 2, I'd probably give like a 6.5 or 6. So yeah, this around a 6.5 to 7, but I'll probably go with like a very low 7 for now. So overall, I thought it was very good, despite like my issues, because I thought like definitely issues, and in the second half again, just like the other season, before season 2, but I thought it was less of an issue, like at least because I thought the positives were like more, like even more than with like the cast and stuff, and because I thought what they tried to do with like the potential of it and such, it wasn't as wasted as in season 2 that I thought it was. So yeah.
And it's really hard for me to give a proper score, but I'd say for me that's between 8.5 and 9.
Nice.
I liked season 3. Like I said it many times, season 3 is the last good season of the show, and I liked all of its good aspects. But I haven't seen it to the end, so maybe there are a few things that got worse. But I think the lowest season 3 can be for me right now would be 8.5. That's the lowest, and the highest would be a 9, because I know it doesn't get any better with the back half. Looking forward for season 4. I hope I got the time to revisit that, because it will be funny to roast. The first half is amazing, as I said. The first half is great. Like Ghost Rider is on point, and
Yeah.
Daisy character arc is on point. Daisy is hands down my favorite character in the show.
Well,
That
yeah, I'm excited to watch it and compare it to the Ghost Rider films. We'll see, and then what the MCU possibly does later. But yeah, anyway, so I have to go now, sadly.
Yeah.
I have like 3 minutes left, so I need to like head out.
Thank you a lot, bro. You're
And
amazing.
I swear to God. Okay, if you want to know like the reason though why,
Yeah.
it's like every once in a while my friend's fucking car will like break down, and then I have to help him with some things, like push in and fucking repair. Oh my God, until it gets just fucking push it to like back to his place to completely repair it. It's like it's an old fucking car, but it's like the rest of us don't really drive, so whenever we need to go somewhere far, we just get a ride from him. So whenever this happens, it's like we're kind of in his debt, so we're like, okay, so I'm gonna probably help him out here, fucking hell. But anyway, just remember though, I talked about it on Discord though. So just to remind you, well, two things. Yeah, again, number one, if you want to show up for that award show, then yeah, we'll save you a spot. Just
Yeah,
make
me
sure
know.
like it's completely confirmed that you'll be there. Again, it's the 7th. I don't know. Again, the exact time. It's like maybe 7 p.m. Eastern time or something, but we'll do it like a bit early. But we'll get the official time for you, I guess, when we start to stream. But secondly, I talked about for Wednesday streams. I still would love. I don't know if you're doing it this week or if it's next week.
We do it this week. Yeah.
Okay. Well. Okay. I might show up tomorrow. I don't know, but just in the future, I would still like to participate in them.
When you
however,
can.
Yes. However, I don't know if I'll ever, in the future at least, and maybe even current. I don't know if I'll ever have the time though, because I've been planning a lot of like weekly streams with other people now, like a weekly game stream or something with Lantern now on every Monday, a possible weekly like esports stream with Warren, and then an animated show movie thing with Mrs. on Friday, and other things with a lot of people, and then on top of that, and also some anime thing with like Arkham and also Joker's Corner thing. Now I'm joining his group, and then on top of that, in the future, I might then try to do content on my own channel as well. That's solo, like movie reviews and other like news things. So because of that, my thing's gonna be fucking packed. So I can I can still do the Tuesday things most definitely, but probably just won't be able to like write as many notes down as before, but that's fine. But I'll be able to watch everything and such, and especially since with like movies and things, I've probably already seen them. However, with the Wednesday things, because of that, like I would still like to participate. It's just
when you can.
Because of that, though, I don't know, and especially in the future, if I'll ever like be able to show up on streams. However, because of that, though, because I would still like to, if you want, send the question things each week, like 7 days in advance or even earlier for like each week. Just like, like after, like after you do one on Wednesday, then post them right away in chat like we do with this stream on Tuesdays, like the question things.
Yeah.
And I'll be able to quickly like write up my answers in response and then send them to you, and then you can read them off on streams like what I think if you want.
Yeah,
like,
that
because
could
that
be
would
great.
probably be because that would probably be the only way, especially in the future, for me to really participate and say my thoughts. So, if you're cool with that, then I can do that. Because I don't know
great.
if we'll ever be able to like have the time for those in the future to like actually show up on the streams. But yeah.
We will still send you the link in case you just happen to be free. But it's very understandable. Your dedication is still amazing, bro. Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah. Take care. Yeah, sorry.
You
yeah,
too.
gotta go out.
Have a good one.